Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the November 13th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm serving as chair of tonight's meeting. I apologize that I can't be with you this evening. I am in Anaheim at a conference, so I will be with you tonight via Zoom. I do want to make a couple of introductions before we start. We have on hand with us Gunnar Hand, who's the Director of Planning and Urban Design. We also have Byron Toy with the Office of Planning and Urban Design staff. Janet Parker, the Executive Assistant to the Department of Planning and Urban Design. We'll be listening to her a lot this evening. She'll be calling all of the cases. And we have the following members of the the Board of Zoning Appeals present this evening. Commissioner Dwayne Beth is in the chambers. Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Jake Miller, Commissioner Mark Moeller, Commissioner Rose Isles is in the chambers, Commissioner Joseph Strauss, and Commissioner Aaron Ward, who is also in the chambers. We also have with us Jeff Conway with Unified Government Legal Counsel. So with that, I will turn the meeting over to Secretary Parker. She will read the opening statement of how we will run tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to welcome those participating by telephone, Zoom, or in the Commission chamber to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Members of the Board of Zoning Appeals are participating remotely by Zoom or are present in the Commission chamber, and Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background. Board members that are participating by Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak, and after Chairman Carson recognizes you, please unmute your microphone and state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in the Commission chamber, please state your name before speaking once the chairman recognizes you. For those members of the public attending the meeting virtually this evening, please use the raise your hand feature if you want to speak on an application. If you are present in the Commission chamber, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is being called. After the chairman recognizes you, please state your name and address and make your comments. If you're having issues getting in the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wykckck.org and let Secretary Parker know. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format for the evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of people who are in support or opposition that did not speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The staff will make their recommendation, and the board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff conditions unless otherwise stated in the motion. Mr. Chairman, we have 3 appeals on the agenda tonight. The first one is BOZA 2023-038, Paul McFadden, for property at 1614 Stinson Avenue. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McFadden, are you in the chambers or are you online? If you would, please, if you're in the chambers, go to the microphone.
I'm present here tonight.
Thank you. If you would, please go ahead and start off. Give us your name and address, please, and tell us about your appeal.
My name and address is Paul McFadden. I reside at 1614 Stinson Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas, zip code 66103. We're applying for a variance on a shed or tool shed erected in my backyard.
And you're wanting to have two sheds, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the reason that you need to have two buildings?
We have a one shed, or it's a garage that is at street level. I live on a terrace. Myself and my wife are both disabled. Our garage has been broke into several times. We're basically building a tool shed, and we have surveillance on it. Be easier to get in and out of, that type of scenario.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission on this case? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Does anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come to the microphone if you're in the chambers.
Nobody in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm seeing no one online, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah to get his comments on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is a variance for a second accessory structure. This came to us as a code enforcement case. The shed was being put up, was being erected at the time of enforcement. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Rosedale neighborhood, just outside the Rosedale area plan. We received one phone call in support of the project from a neighbor. We received no letters in opposition. Again, there's that NOV to address the shed that was under construction when code enforcement noticed it. As per the protocol of this board, because it is a self-imposed hardship, staff is recommending denial, but we do have conditions of approval if need be, including matching the materials of the primary structure.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff on this one? Commissioner Ernst?
Gunnar, I cannot see anything in the report other than the fact that they went ahead and started the structure that would prohibit it or turn it down. I believe you just said that since they self-imposed the hardship, you have to recommend denial, but are there any other extenuating circumstances that would call for denial?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. No, as the applicant mentioned, it's a pretty steep slope. It makes a lot of sense. He does have a his garage is right on the street in his front yard because of that slope. So again, yes, we're recommending denial simply out of protocol.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when appropriate. Commissioner Ernst?
I move the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Zoning Appeals approve appeal BOZA 2023-038, subject to all staff stipulations.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Ernst. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
This is Commissioner Iltz.
Yes,
Wanted to
go ahead.
make sure that that you guys understand all the conditions.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I don't understand half of this. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
Mr.
you'll need to work with staff to make sure that you adhere to all the conditions.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. McFadden, yeah, if this gets approved tonight, which it looks like it probably will, we'll need you to reach out to Director Hand and his staff to make sure that, that you build it according to those plans before we have to come back in and deliver some bad news. Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McFadden.
Our next application is BOZA 2023-040. Austin Thompson with Atlas Land Consulting for property at 2321 South 63rd Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind the board that this application was heard last month and held over in order for the applicant to provide a revised plat that did not include a vacation of public right-of-way to the south of the subject property.
All right, thank you. Mr. Thompson, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and start off with your name and address and tell us where we're at on this one.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Austin Thompson. I'm with Atlas Land Consulting, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit R, Baser, Kansas, 66007. And then just as Secretary Parker mentioned, this was heard last month. The variances, I believe, were kind of, on the path of approval. So I'll kind of just reiterate the variances. It was 3-to-1 width depth on lot 1, and then a couple of side and interior yard setbacks for some structures. And then, as Secretary Parker mentioned, this was held over due to the road vacation to the south that has been removed, and a new plan has been sent to planning. The applicant is going, or the owner is going to explore options through a separate document and get with the neighbors. So there possibly may be something down in the future, but for now, they're just going to look to do the split.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand. If you're online, go to the microphone. If you're in chambers.
Nobody in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Seeing no one online, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this was carried over from last month. This is also in conjunction with Plat 2023-028, which will be heard later this evening by the City Planning Commission. Again, we're looking at the 3 variances: depth of width, interior side, and corner side yard setbacks. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Turner Morris neighborhood. We received no letters in support. If you recall, the last month, there was a neighbor to the south who I wouldn't characterize it as opposition, but certainly had some concerns, specifically about the vacation of the right-of-way, which was addressed by the applicant in their comments. There are no notices of violation on this property. After further discussion and after the Board of Zoning Appeals had received its final staff reports, staff has changed its recommendation. We recommend approval of all 3 with 2 amendments to the conditions. For condition number 1, we still have yet to see proof that the Connex container, if you recall, we thought it was a part of the building. They said it was just a storage container on the north side of the building. We still haven't received any proof that that has been removed or was a Connex container other than a plot plan that shows it. So we were asking for some sort of other documentation like a photo. And then amend condition number 2 to provide an access agreement, not just to their neighbor to the north, which is their family member, but to the neighbor to the south, again, using that same right of way. It's basically just putting into legal agreement the current agreement they have with that property to the south, where they basically use their driveway built on public right of way to access the property to the south, which is right down here.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion. Can we do all 3 of these together, Gunnar?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner
BOZA 2023-040, all three variances with the two stipulations from staff on condition 1 to have proof of the Connex container being removed, and condition 2 for the access agreement to both the north and the south.
Thank you.
Think
Motion
that's
made
that.
for approval by Commissioner Armstrong, including the additional stipulations set forth by staff and their comments. Is there a second?
I'll second Commissioner Iles.
Okay, Commissioner Isles will give that one to you. Okay, motion moved and seconded. Any discussion? Commissioner Ernst?
Ms. Armstrong will be Miss Jones for the rest of the evening.
That was a great motion, I got to tell you. Okay, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve all three variances in this application, subject to the conditions stated by the maker and Mr. Hand, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Our last application is BOZA 2023-046, Kathleen Warman with K. Warman Architecture for property at 838 South 7th Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
And Ms. Warman, are you in the audience?
I am.
There we go. Great. There, I see you. Thank you. Go ahead and
Hi.
please give us your name and address and tell us about this file.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name's Kathleen Warman with Warman Architects, located at 1735 Swift in North Kansas City, Missouri. We're here this evening to request a variance for a liquor store to be constructed or to be built in the renovated car wash that is currently at this location. It's kind of it's an old unused car wash building that's not very attractive. The owner of the property, my client, owns the adjacent convenience store next door and is wanting to repurpose this property and repurpose the building for use as a small retail facility. The site is small, the building is very small, about 1,400 square feet. There's not a lot that can be done with the property or the building. So again, this would be a very small little retail shop. We're, I think, hoping frankly that the improvement to the site and the building, which right now the site is completely paved from one end to the other. It is open to the residential property that is to the back side of the property. And I'm assuming you guys have the photos and the drawings and everything.
Yes,
We're
we do.
proposing to, essentially close that off, landscape it, provide a landscape buffer. My client has, we've done projects with him around the city in different municipalities, has a very good track record for doing very nice renovations to buildings and really improving the look of the building and the look of the property. I think that's the hope here. Obviously he does not sell liquor in the convenience store. This would, because of state laws of Kansas, this would be an opportunity for that synergy to exist between those two retail spaces. Also, right now, the frontage along 7th Street is pretty much just a big open drive. There's not really defined curb cuts or anything that come up to this because the car wash is just sort of open to the street. That would be also an improvement with a defined curb cut, cross access between the businesses. It would be a shared cut on 7th Street, parking and that sort of thing. So.
All right. Anything
Any
else?
questions? No,
All right,
as I
thank
say,
you.
any questions?
We will see. Any questions for this applicant? Okay, I'm not seeing any from the commission. We'll go to the general public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please raise your hand or come to the microphone if you are in the chambers. Not
I
seeing
see
anyone
nobody in the chamber,
online.
Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. We'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we have a variance for a liquor store distance buffer. Again, in the UG Code of Ordinances, this is the only use that requires that type of use buffer. This case is being heard in conjunction with Special Use Permit 2023-091 later this evening by the City Planning Commission. I'll also note that in the synopsis, it references a PR 2023-031. The applicant wanted to hold on that entitlement until they heard what was to happen at this hearing and special use permit later this evening. This is in the Armourdale area plan, as the applicant just noted, just off 7th Street. We received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation related to the property, all of which have been rectified, but would in essence be addressed by the redevelopment of the site. Staff would also like to note that while we mentioned its proximity to the park to the north, there is also a church to the south and west on 723 Miami Avenue. This one right here is the church, and that is within 270 feet approximately. So that's a violation of 1030. So we apologize for not getting that church into the staff report. We noticed that on a second, a second pass of the site visit earlier this week. Or late last weekend, I guess I should say. I would note that staff is recommending denial. We do have conditions approved if need be. One of those conditions is a preliminary development plan, final development plan related to the plan review number that I mentioned earlier. If the variance was denied for this case, the SUP later this evening would need to be withdrawn.
All right. Any questions for staff? Okay, I will stand for a motion when ready.
This is Commissioner Roseilts. I make a motion to deny appeal BOZA 2023-046, subject to all the comments and suggestions outlined in the staff report.
All right, thank you. Is Mr. Conway, is that sufficient for a motion for denial?
I believe so.
All right, thank you. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
All right, been moved and seconded for denial for the reasons stated by the maker of that motion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
No.
Ward.
Nay.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this variance for the reasons listed in the staff report passes 6 in favor and 2 opposed.
All right, thank you. Janet, that does conclude our Board of Zoning Appeals agenda, correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, thank you. For those of you here for the City Planning Commission meeting, we will take about a 5-minute recess and we will start that meeting on time, and then we will get on with it. Thank you very much.
Yep.
There is, but it's this one, not this one.
I think for the video, if you hit the space bar, it starts the video.
Okay. Got it. We moved pretty quick through this, so. Seven, actually. We should start at 6:30. Fastest BOZA I've ever been in my life, so that's good. How you feeling?
I think I'm gonna.
I looked at my schedule and I shared up my one-on-one with Mr. Johnston. It's like the one morning I want to do nothing when I'm totally brain dead and trying to communicate to him.
That's always the easiest.
Yeah. We've numbered one. No.
Yeah.
There's mine.
I was like, I was thinking maybe like 4.
Definitely call it.
Yeah. At least, so. Yeah. That might be what he's doing.
That was my bad. If I had gone down the email a little bit longer, I would have seen you. Had revised it like, you know, I have this problem where I always start at the top.
Yeah.
Janet, are you ready?
Right when you are, sir.
Yes, I am.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the November 13th meeting of the City Planning Commission. My name is Jeff Carson. I'll be serving as chair of tonight's meeting. Make a couple of introductions before we get started. We have Gunnar Hand with the Director of Land Use and Urban Planning with us tonight, along with Byron Toy and Janet Parker, all with the department. Secretary Parker will be reading the cases and calling you all up throughout the evening. We also have Jeff Conway with the Unified Government Legal Counsel, and we have the following commissioners present tonight. In the chambers, we have Dwayne Beth, we have Aaron Ward, and we have Rose Isles. Online, besides myself, we have Brandy Armstrong, James Ernst, Jake Miller, Mark Moeller, and Joseph Strauss. I apologize to you all that I cannot be with you in person tonight. However, I am out of town in California, so we're going to do the best we can. We do have a very lengthy agenda. So when your case is being called and you hear your name, if you're in the chambers, please make your way to the microphone so you're there when Secretary Parker finishes your case. If you're not, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next case and move you to the end. We have 39 cases tonight, so that will be a very long wait if you don't hear your name called and you don't get to the microphone. If you're online, please raise your hand as your case is called so that I can call you. Again, we have 39 cases to get through tonight, so it's going to be very crucial that everybody pays attention to what's being called out tonight so that we can get to everybody on a timely basis because this will be a very long meeting. So I appreciate everybody's cooperation. And with that, I will turn it over to Secretary Parker. One other notation, we will take a comfort break about 8:30 or 8:45 just so that everybody has a chance to get a drink and do whatever they need to do, again, due to the length of the meeting. So with that, I'll turn it over to Secretary Parker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I read the statement tonight, our first item on the agenda is going to be consideration of approval by resolution of Plan KCK.
Thank
And
you.
I believe that Alyssa Marcy is in the commission chamber.
All right, Ms. Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Janet. Good evening, everyone. Happy Monday. I know it's going to be a long one tonight, so I will try to be as concise as possible, but tonight I'm going to give a presentation on Plan KCK for your consideration.
Thank you.
Just real quick before we get started, I just wanted to take my planner's hat off and speak to you as a neighbor. I think I've heard from thousands of our neighbors here in KCK and Wyandotte County about a lot of what frustrates us, what keeps us up at night, things that we wish to change, right? And I think it's really easy to get trapped in the past, right? But in order to address the past, we have to look to the future. We have to make changes. We have to be elastic, right? So Plan KCK is that opportunity to do so. And then I think one of the important things too to consider is that this is a plan for the community, right? And the community is not inanimate. The community is people. And because our community deserves better, and more importantly, our community deserves to dream again, we need to come together with a shared vision that focuses our energy on strategic steps forward. So I'll put my planner's hat back on now. One of those strengths, right, because it's important to be able to focus on our strengths when we have so many needs, is diversity. And when we asked residents and UG staff, what makes KCK unique, the majority of them said diversity. Diversity of different types, right? People, places, food, culture, art, things to do. And it's important to celebrate our diversity, but how can we also use it to bolster KCK? It's part of our spirit, and it will help us move the needle in our community. So, what is it? Some of you have probably heard me describe it, but for those of you that haven't, I'm going to cover this very briefly. So, if you consider everything that we need to manage, pay for, improve to provide a livable, vibrant KCK, especially with, very restricted resources, strategic alignment is critical. So Plan KCK is this North Star that can pull all of these threads together. It began with GODOT in 2022, which is our transportation thread. It serves as our transportation element in Plan KCK. And then we began to layer on other threads. So we have our economic development strategic plan, our housing strategy, our historic preservation plan, and we've also incorporated threads from things that are not planning related, things from the health department, the mayor's task forces, our 2024 budget process, and all of these things create the umbrella that is Plan KCK. To serve us, again, as that North Star to guide future decisions, whether that's policy updates or, determining which grants to pursue. But again, it's important to keep in mind that this plan is elastic. So as the community changes, as we are presented with things in the future, it can change with us. So here are the elements of Plan KCK. On the right-hand side, you'll see all of those elements. There's 10 total. And those elements outline strategic planning from different perspectives. Further, all of these elements were designed through 4 very important lenses, those being equity, access, health, and regeneration. One change that we've made to this is that we changed our sustainability lens to regeneration. And the reason that we did that is because we felt like it was a word that fit our community more. We don't need to just sustain what we have, even though we do need to be able to do that adequately, but we also need to heal, we need to grow, and we need to improve. So again, Plan KCK is broad in context. It's a comprehensive plan. It's not an area plan. It's not a corridor plan. It's not a quality of life plan, right? So it's going to be broader. It's not going to have specific, micro neighborhood level projects. So given all these elements, that we were covering, we had to have a very robust engagement strategy. Our engagement started as early as February of 2023, and it was a three-pronged approach. So first, we talked with UG leadership and staff, right? Because not only are they experts in the field they work in, but they're also residents. We also hosted events. Some of these events were specific topics like economic development or food systems. Sometimes these events were more broadly PlanKCK. And then we also attended events because we heard time and time again from the community to meet them where they're at. So some of the numbers real quick, we've attended or hosted over 120 events. 30 of those events were attended. Those were not events that we hosted. I would just keep in mind that we also did a lot of one-on-one interviews with subject matter experts and focus groups, things like that. We've engaged more than 5,000 people in this community. We had over 300 responses in our bilingual survey. And then if you received the new UG Spotlight in your mail in the end of October, that went out to 66,000 households, and PlanKCK was the front page. We also had a listserv that continuously grew as we had more and more events. And so the very last event that we had was the Neighborhood Summit on October 28th. And we're just going to play a quick clip. Just keep in mind, yes, there are no words. This just has music and visuals, so you're not missing anything. Okay, well, that's okay. Oh, he got it. Never mind. Okay, so we did our best. There's always some tech issue, right?
In my
So really
mind,
what
it
I wanted
sounded
to-
great.
Oh, good, great. I'm glad. So what I wanted to show with that video though is the whole, crux of it was how do we get all of the different pieces of the neighborhood together, all of the different community groups, partners, UG departments to think about how to strategically plan. You saw, police, fire, parks was there. We had reuseful, a lot of the housing authority was there. So a lot of these threads, again, pulling together, right, to be strategic. And so what we've heard so far really comes down to this desire for change, this desire for rapid change. I think we've heard that for many years here, right? Is we want better in our community. We want to be able to have access to quality parks and attainable housing and a lot of the things that I'm sure you've heard in this very room. And so next slide. Really what that comes down to is the theme of community prosperity. And that's the theme, the one major theme of PlanKCK is that it attempts to move us towards that community prosperity. So again, why do we need a comprehensive plan? We have a lot of work to do, and it's a lot easier to make decisions when we have a North Star. It's something to return to. It's something that considers both our challenges and our strengths. It's a flexible living document because we must be nimble so we can address our unknowns the best we can. And again, it is also that policy document that can guide our decision-making towards community prosperity. All right, so lastly, I'm gonna just take you through a handful of action items as examples of strategic initiatives that have been identified in PlanKCK. So again, a strategic initiative is a single effort that addresses multiple stated goals. In a world of constrained resources and competing interests, strategic initiatives are key. I know you've all read the document and it's already 180 plus pages now, but just as a quick guide, right, we have PlanKCK generally, lenses, community prosperity theme, breaks down to those 10 elements I talked about, which all have their own goals and strategies, and then the action items are pulled out at the end there. So this is just a handful of those action items I'm going to talk about right now. And then another way to contextualize it too is, I think this diagram does a pretty good job, right? If we have all of these different components to what we need in the community, right? These 10 elements on the outside, and we're looking at them through these 4 lenses, how can all of that contribute to that one goal of community prosperity? Okay, so first strategic initiative, and you've probably heard this one before, but it's investing in K32 corridor, right? So K32 connects our downtown Bonner Springs all the way to our downtown KCK. It also connects with multiple trail systems that are in the works or existing. It connects us back to the river eventually through other corridors that it intersects with. And from there, you know, it goes over the state line into KCMO. So this is transportation, it's economic development, it's equity, it's sustainability. It's many things. The next is something I'm sure you've probably never heard of, the Rock Island Bridge here, right? So again, catalytic project, right? It's one of the many planned and ongoing efforts, right? But it does a lot of things for us. It connects us to KCMO. It serves as, I think, a gateway for our identity and how we you know, sell our regional, you know, our identity on a regional scale. It's also sustainability. And it's connecting again to a lot of other trails that are currently in the works. One that I want to point out to directly is the KCK, Northeast KCK Heritage Trail Trail, which connects to Caw Point, right, you know, up the way from the Rock Island Bridge. And we just were awarded $1.2 million to construct that first piece of the trail, which will be that Caw Point piece. All right. Another example is implementing Main Street. Historic preservation is not only a way to protect and celebrate our history, it's also a mechanism to access economic development funding. It can enhance arts and cultures. It really highlights our small businesses, which you know, is 80% of our business here in KCK are small business owners. Not to mention, it's a smaller carbon footprint than building new construction. I was recently in Philadelphia for a wedding, and my fiance had never been there. So what did we do? We went to see the Liberty Bell. We went to see Edgar Allan Poe's home, right? We went to see how a printing press, you know, worked, right? It was heritage tourism. So when we have folks coming here in 2026 for the World Cup, what is our version of that, right? Is this the Quindaro town site? Is this Caw Point? Is this the Ag Museum out west? What are all those pieces that we can highlight to contribute to that economic development and to that identity? All right. So PlanKCK also addresses some internal goals as well. We have a need at the UG to align all of our internal technical systems to improve efficiencies so we can better provide for our community. And all of these things will help accelerate us towards the path of community prosperity. All right, and then your last example of a strategic initiative is around the land bank, right? So the Wyandotte County Land Bank is the result of a lot of historic decisions that disproportionately affected our Black and Brown communities, especially in the Northeast. However, now it is a great opportunity where we can bring intentional development back to these neighborhoods, right? It can be housing, it can be transit, it can be small businesses, it can be daycares, it can be health clinics, it can be grocery stores, it can be many things, right? So we need to be able to leverage this. And one example of this that we're launching next year is to do a pilot project with the Douglas Sumner neighborhood, where there's a whole lot of land bank parcels there in this particular area. There's 205 land bank parcels, and there's also 203 other vacant parcels that are privately owned. This is in a very small area of Northeast KCK, but leveraging something like the land bank can do a lot for one area. Okay, so again, I said that I had just kind of picked a few examples of strategic initiatives. Our action plan has many, many more. I'm not expecting you to read this. This is a lot of text. But just to show you those other examples there, the implementation chapter at the very end covers quite a few more. So the last thing that I'm going to do real quick, if I can find it, is read a poem to you. So has anyone been to the Third Friday Airwalks and seen someone in front of a typewriter? So Dan Erickson is a local KCK resident, and he does something called Poems While You Wait, which is basically, you can go up to him, you can ask him to write on any subject, including things like dogs, because when I got there to ask him to write a poem about KCK in the future, he was busy writing one about Boogie the Pug. So he told me when he was done with his pug poem, he would write mine. And so I'm just going to open my phone because I have not memorized this quite yet and read this to you. I think it's a great example of dreaming again in KCK. If I can open this, good Lord. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Gunner's gonna take it away as our chosen poet of the room.
This is Fusion by Dan Erickson. This is a delicious place. I lick my lips walking these streets, the flavors of language filling the air and laughter in all of them. We are unbland. We still know what neighbors are for, what it's like to create with friends. A time is coming when dreams are not luxuries, when skies will open for all of us. What dishes will come from our imaginations? What flowers will bloom in these sidewalk cracks?
Thank you, Gunner. And I think for me, that last line really hits home for KCK, right? What flowers will bloom from these sidewalk cracks, right? Because sometimes it feels like it's a little broken. But how do we change that? So if you want to go to the next slide there. I'm happy to take any questions now about the plan. There's a lot in there, so it's would take a long time to cover all of it. I do want to mention that we have some consultants that are online if you have any questions, and we also have some folks in the room somewhere. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Marcy. Does anybody have any questions or comments? First of all, I'd like to thank you for all the time and energy and creativity that went in to the plan. But does anybody else have any comments or questions?
Commissioner Iltz, I'd like to second that. I definitely appreciate all the hard work you've put into this, you and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? So Gunnar, what do you need from us to move this?
Gunnar Ham, Director of Planning and Design. Again, we sent you guys the draft a few weeks ago. We've incorporated all of your comments that you've submitted into this version. There's still a little wordsmithing, nothing related to content, maybe a few pictures we need to make look prettier and things of that nature. But essentially, we have the Landmarks Commission last week recommended approval of the Historic Preservation Plan component. We're looking for the City Plan Commission to recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners, the plan in front of you. So you have a resolution, draft resolution, as per state statute. Planning commissions adopt plans by resolution so that governing bodies, city councils or board of commissioners can adopt them by ordinance thereafter. So like any recommendation you make at this body, we're looking for a recommendation. Staff recommends approval to the board of commissioners.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to, let's go ahead. Commissioner Armstrong.
I move to approve the Plan KCK as staff has recommended.
Is that good enough, Gunner?
Works for me.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Ernst, is that a second?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of Plan KCK to the Board of Commissioners passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Thanks again, Ms. Marcy and your staff. We appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will now go ahead and read the Planning Commission statement, if that's okay with you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
We would like to welcome those participating to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. The members are participating remotely by Zoom webinar or in person in the Commission chamber. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background. Planning Commission members attending by Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature to speak. After Chairman Carson recognizes you, unmute your microphone and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in person in the Commission chamber, when Chairman Carson recognizes you, please state your name before speaking. For those members of the public in attendance via Zoom or telephone, use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an issue. The chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Unmute your microphone and state your name and address before giving your comments. If you are attending in person, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is being called, and the chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, November 30, 2023. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final, and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of those persons in support and in opposition that do not wish to speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will then be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Planning and Urban Design Department at planninginfo@wycokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda, and items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature, be recognized, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff's recommendation. If you are in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and the item you want to remove from the consent agenda. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision on Thursday, November 30, 2023 at 7 p.m. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the October 9, 2023 Planning Commission minutes. Special Use Permit Application SP 2023-079, Carina West, renewal of a special use permit to keep ducks on the property at 1921 Nebraska Avenue. Special Use Permit Application SP 2023-080, Denise Thomasek with Purple Properties LLC, renewal of a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 419 North 6th Street. Plat application, Plat 2023-029, Rob Anderson with Anderson Survey Company. Final plat for multifamily lots for the Johnson Med Center Apartments at 3802 Booth Street. Plat application, Plat 2023-032, Edward Spencer Schubert. Final plat to replat 2 residential lots at 4500 and 4514 Lloyd Street. Plan review application PR 2023-030. Final plan review for site and building improvements for the Los Buddhist Temple at 1315 North 139th Street. Plan review application PR 2023-032. Gabe Ismert. Final plan review for an industrial warehouse and office park at 4500 Dover Street. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of these items?
Yes.
I do.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Which one? Who else? Who's had contact? I'm sorry, I just heard somebody's name.
Yes, Rose Iltz.
Okay, go ahead and disclose your contact.
I received a message from Miss West.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I might be able to keep this easy. I think that all of the members of the Planning Commission received communication from Karina West.
All right, thank you. All right, so I've got Brandy Armstrong, I've got Jake Miller, Commissioner Ernst, and Mark Mueller also claiming the same. Anything else besides SP 2023-79?
Yes, I've had a conversation with the petitioner for SP 2023-080.
All right. Thank you. Okay,
Is that it?
I think so.
Okay. Please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publications in the Echo for the special use permits, and the notices to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
All right, thank you very
Do I
much.
have to remove my own item, or is it okay that someone else removed it?
Okay, I will call on, when I get to that point, I will call on you. Okay, but I'm not there yet. So I need you to wait until you're recognized. What I also need for the people online to do is I need you to have a proper name. So you need to go in, if you're on Zoom, and name yourself something. I'm not going to call on people that have ducks for their names and things like that. I'm not going to turn the meeting into a mockery. So you can change it to a proper name and I'll call on you. Otherwise I will not. So with that, is there anyone on the commission that would like to have anything removed from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience, and there is somebody at the podium. Is that correct, Gunnar?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
All right, go ahead and please state your name and what case you'd like to have pulled from the consent agenda.
My name is Karina West, and I would like to have SP 2023-079 removed from the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. We'll do that. Anything else? Online, I have Spencer. Spencer, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Edward Spencer Schubert. I'm the petitioner for the -032. This is just a clarifying question. One of the staff recommendations is that we repave our gravel driveway, and they said we could ask you to remove that recommendation. The gravel driveway is as old as the house, 70 years, and we just
If you would, we're not going to talk about your case right now. Do you want it removed so you can discuss that particular condition? Otherwise, it will be approved as recommended by the staff.
So then we need to ask to remove so that we can discuss that. Is that the proper procedure?
That is the procedure, correct?
Okay, then yes.
And what's your case number? Is that plat 2023-032?
That is correct.
All right, Janet, do you have that one?
Yeah, give me just, yes, I do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Okay, I will now entertain a motion on the remaining consent agenda items from the commission. Commissioner Armstrong.
I move to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
Okay, motion made to approve the consent agenda items as the remaining consent agenda items made by Commissioner Armstrong. Is that a second, Commissioner Strauss?
It is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Mueller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda with the conditions of staff passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Everything with the exception of plat 2023-029 will go before the, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, everything on the consent agenda with the exception of plat 2023-029 will go to the Board of Commissioners on November 30th at 7 PM for final approval. Correct, Janet?
No, nothing on the consent agenda except the 2 special use permits will go to
So
the,
plan review applications will not also, excuse me.
no, because those are finals.
All right, so we only have one item that will go on at this point.
Correct.
All right, thank you. So the special use permit 2023-080, Ms. Tomasic, your case will be heard again by the Board of Commissioners on November 30th at 7 PM. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that will now take us to the first item that was removed from the consent agenda, and that is special use permit application SP 2023-079, Karina West, renewal of a special use permit SP 2021-052 to keep ducks on the property at 1921 Nebraska Avenue.
All right, thank you. Ms. West, go ahead and please give us your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do here.
My name is Karina West. Address is 1921 Nebraska Avenue.
And what are you here tonight for?
I'm here tonight to ask the City Planning Commission to approve 15 ducks for this property. It's the legal limit in KCMO, and to remove the special condition that we work with the Wyandotte Conservation District, which does not answer emails or phone calls.
All right, anything else you'd like to add to your presentation about what you want for the ducks, why you want them, anything like that?
We are asking to approve the 15 ducks because we did meet the special use permit conditions that were from 2021. And we also have a really nice farm that helps a lot of people in the community. And we have a management and plan in place to deal with any of our complainers. And we have the ability to manage 15 ducks without any further problems or issues.
Okay, and what's the size of your property?
0.19 acres.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add before we go to questions and discussion?
The rest is contained in my presentation.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition, or would like to be counted as supporters or in opposition, but do not want to speak? Please come to the microphone if you're in the chambers, and if you're online, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, now is my time to present. I am presenting my presentation. Okay.
That's what I just gave you.
For...
That's what I just gave you, and you said you didn't have anything else, and that's why.
No, sir. I thought that was a commentary on free speech, and I was not.
We're not going to get into all of those things, Miss. We're not going to get into all those things. I asked you to present your case, and you did.
No, sir. You asked me for comments, and I gave the comments. So now I have a presentation to give.
Mr. Chairman, she's used 5 minutes of her 15 minutes.
Okay, you have 10 minutes remaining. You have 10 minutes remaining, Ms. West.
Okay, 10 minutes remaining. What we are asking for, next slide, please. Normal KCK fowl permit is 6 ducks or chickens. We're asking for a renewal to 8 ducks, asking for an increase to 15. And 15 ducks would allow an increase in farm income, practically double our income and double our outreach to help other farmers. And the purpose of ducks is food security and pets, and meat and eggs from cheap grain. Next slide. So 15 ducks is normal. There are hundreds of families in Kansas City, Missouri, Gladstone, Independence, and even in KCK, hundreds of families across the metro have 15 poultry without any problem. Next slide. Okay, why do we want native plants on our property? We're going to talk a lot about native plants and stormwater, and the city of KCK has a mini grant application that just closed to plant native plants and to manage stormwater. So we're already doing what KCK says that they want. So we are best practices. Next slide, please. So the community is satisfied. All of our special use permit conditions were met. The city has received no complaints. Animal control says the ducks are well tended. There is no smell. And neighbor concerns have been addressed with a lot of discussion. 8 letters of support were submitted. We have over 15 people in attendance here at the meeting. And next slide. The city staff in their draft report says that the special use permit conditions were met. And next slide. Wyandotte County Conservation District is the only one complaining. And so their report said that they can't identify any native plants on the yard. Next slide. And we have emailed them this and phone called. This is 9 unanswered phone calls that trying to clarify details with them. Next slide is 8 unanswered emails. Next slide is the Wyandotte County Conservation District's conditions. Move on, Gunnar. Thank you. So these are the conditions that we had in 2021. They said 8 ducks. We kept 8 ducks. They said maintain the shelter. We maintained it. They said use rotational grazing. We did. They said clean lagoon monthly. We did. They said use ground cover. And so they have said that straw is fine for a ground cover, and we use straw. So they said vegetative buffer, and that's present. So see those 2 in bold is the ones that they are mainly complaining about. So we use ground cover and we used a vegetative buffer. We're going to talk to you a little bit more about those 2 things. So, and the east side walkway. So next slide. The 2023 conservation conditions. So remember, she came up with 4 brand new conditions that we only had until Thursday to address. So we went ahead and addressed these. So they say management practices are not in place, and we say, yes, they are. And again, they did not respond to our attempt to clarify. So they say clean up scrap materials. We did that. They say no ground cover. And we say there is plenty of straw, leaves, wood chips as recommended. So 3-foot buffer strip is in place. Composting bin is fixed and the front yard is trimmed. So next slide. This is their definition of ground cover. The display is not showing for Zoom.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we're still, there we go. Thank you.
Okay, so when Wyandotte County Conservation District says ground cover, this is their exact words. Straw can be used if it fully covers the bare ground. So when they say we don't have ground cover, that's false because we've had straw down the whole time. So next slide. This is a picture of what it looks like with the ground cover. There's straw on the left, and on the right-hand side is wood chips and fall leaves. Next slide. That's the composting bin that's in place. Next slide. She says she can't identify the native plants. Here's some labels, and notice that there's a lot of vegetation. So when she says there's no vegetative cover, then that's exactly false. Next slide. Plenty more vegetation in place. Next slide. We're talking about the 3-foot buffer strip, which is highlighted in red. So that red area is the area she's concerned about. Her main concern is she doesn't want waste running down the back of the yard. She doesn't want stormwater runoff contaminated with duck manure. So the reason that it doesn't go off the back end is, for one thing, that's uphill. For another thing, that's filled up with plants. So when she says 3-foot vegetative buffer, that's a lot of plants in that 3-foot strip. Next slide. More plants in that strip. Next slide. Lot more plants. This is a close-up of the 3-foot buffer. It's covered with wood chips. As she said, it's fine. It's covered with straw. There's the ducklings. There's the ducks. There's the cherry bush and cattail. Next slide. So this here is a close-up of it very recently, where there's a little bit less vegetation, but we do show how the water runs, and the water runs to the right-hand side of this photo, which is to the east, to the west side of the house, and it doesn't run to the back side of the house. So I'm a good farmer, and ducks are really cool, but I can't make water run uphill. So if she's concerned about water running off the back end of that property, It doesn't, it runs to the side. So next slide. The city asked me to trim. Everything is trimmed up in this photo. This is summer. Next slide. This is Saturday, yesterday. Everything's trimmed up and in purpose on those slides. Next slide. Wyandotte County Conservation can't identify natives. This is Jerusalem artichoke. Next slide. This is wild raspberry. Next slide. This is native pawpaw. Next slide. This is serviceberry. Next slide. So my request is to approve the special use permit for 15 ducks and to remove the condition that we work with Wyandotte County Conservation District because they don't answer emails and they don't answer phone calls. And so we provided a screenshot. Our farm gives a lot of help to other people. One more slide. So in conclusion, we are following all of the conservation district practices. We could not get clarification. They tried, the only response we got from them was talk to the National Conservation Resource Service. We called the National Conservation Resource Service. They said, you're not in our jurisdiction. Wyandotte County doesn't get federal funding from National Conservation Resource District. So she's just trying to pass the buck. So we've had the buck passed from city planning to Conservation District, trying to pass it to NRCS. So we have plenty of natives in place. We have ground cover in place. We have a complainer here who's going to complain about smell, but we have had 3 city visits come to the property and report no smell. It's in the staff report. So we have had, the staff report also says that a rodent management plan is in place and animal control has checked that. And the staff saw all of those in place and put it in the report. So hundreds of families in the city have 15 Metro, and we are leaders on natives and native plants and native animals. We felt many of our supporters are in support because they've been helped by our farm. And if KCK in their plan that was just presented, if they want stormwater management, then the future of stormwater management is native plants. And we're doing it as best
Ms.
as
West,
possible.
you have 1 minute left.
Okay, so KCK is already paying people to do what we have in place, to put these plants and animals in place. So we are best practices. We have a nice farm. I don't know how any environmentalist could come to our farm and be unhappy, but so we have followed all of their recommendations.
Okay, anything else? Any final comments?
What was that?
Any final comments?
No, not yet.
I didn't hear the question. Whoever's answering me a question.
I just said, was there any final comment before I go ahead and open it up to the public?
Final comments. Does anyone want to speak in support?
No, that's what I'm going to do.
We have 8 supporters on Zoom. You want to raise your hands?
That's
Mr.
what I'm going to
Chairman,
do.
Her time has expired.
All right. All right. Now I'm going to take back over my meeting. Okay. Thank you. Ms. West, you can go ahead and sit down for now, and we may call you back up if we have any questions.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, before you move on, could I please, just 1 second? All of the letters in support that I received, I included in the packet. However, after the packet went out Thursday night, I have received 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional letters in support of this, which will be included in the staff report to the Board of Commissioners. I also forwarded Ms. West's comments to the Conservation District, who responded back to me and said that they had sent and requested that the NRCS USDA staff review her comments, and they had not received back any comments from them yet.
All right. All right. Thank you. Anything else, Janet?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to go to the public. I'm sorry. Anybody on the commission have any questions before we move to the public? All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and go to the public. Anyone in the chambers want to speak first, line up at the microphone. I just need the people that are going to speak. If you want to show your support by raising your hand, Gunner will take a hand count of those people in the chambers that are there in support but are not going to speak. But if anybody's going to speak, I need you to come to the microphone. I'm going to go to the people online first. I'm going to start with Stella.
All right. I think I've unmuted myself.
Yes, just need you to state your name and address, please.
My name is Stella Flannery. I live at 3126 Kensington on the Missouri side.
Okay, go ahead.
I am here today in support of Karina. She has been an amazing support in keeping ducks, and not only in keeping ducks, but in doing environmental restoration. She's a biologist and a chemist and has a great compassionate heart for animals. She keeps them well. I can understand hesitation to approving things because not everyone can keep 15 ducks in the size property that she has. The reason why she's capable of doing this is her science background, and that she understands what I call micro niches, microbiomes. There are little small areas that have so much life and diversity packed into them that the ducks thrive on a smaller area than they otherwise would. So I want to be here in support of this and encourage the members of the council who maybe don't have as much of a scientific background. She is absolutely doing best practices. My background is also in biology and chemistry, and I just respect and adore everything she's doing. And I want to thank her and stand with her.
Thank you, Ms. Flannery, for your comments. Okay, next we have Tammy McMurray. Tammy McMurray. Tammy McMurray.
Hello.
Yes,
yeah.
Go ahead and give us your name, please, and address.
Yes, my name is Tammy McMurray, and my address is 8307 Wilson Road in Kansas City, Missouri.
Go ahead, please.
And I too have also been to Karina's. I've worked very close. She's actually the reason why I raise ducks now. And she does a very good job of keeping her yard cleaned up and doing a very good job of taking care of her ducks. And she has quite a bit of vegetation in her yard that I've actually collected for my yard as well. So,
okay.
Yeah, I definitely think that is a good benefit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else online? Okay, anyone else in the chamber? Sorry, I do have one more. Paul Kamerick. Paul Kamerick.
Thank you. I'm a consultant. I've worked with Karina for several years while she was
What's your
running
address,
a
sir?
different nonprofit organization. I'm just want to say that Karina's had a long history of being able to meet program requirements and achieve success. She's an innovator, and she's got this resource, and people need food in various communities across the U.S. And I'm just here to assure the committee that Karina knows what she's doing, and she will handle things well.
All right, thank you. I also need to get your address, please, for the record.
Sure. 4335 Pitts, Pitts Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Gilbert Moore. Gilbert Moore.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and give us your name, please, and address.
My name is Gilbert Moore, and I live at 1329 North 75th Drive, Kansas City, Kansas 66112. I've been to Karina's place several times. She takes very, very good care of those ducks, and I've seen her system of watering and so on. I'm sure that everything is fine as far as drainage and so on. And wild plants, I don't think you'll find anybody who can match her as far as wild plants. I mean, she has entertained me with all these different things that she has. It's just mind-boggling. So I don't see where she could be doing anything wrong in regards to native plants by any means. Matter of fact, she promotes it, and she also definitely promotes the ducks for education purposes, for food source. It's pretty good. She's pretty good at what she does. She really is. And I know that she has been dealing very directly with markets, people who get ducks and that sort of thing. She educates people quite well. So that's just my experience. I'm not a person who plants and grows things, but I'm blown away by how well she does with what she has, and her knowledge is very, very strong on this.
Okay,
That is all.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we'll go to those in person. Anyone in the audience in person want to speak in favor?
My name is Christian Wade of 1921, 2611 Oakley Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64127. And anywho, I test Karina's eggs, love them. They're high quality, and whatever she's doing with those ducks, she knows exactly what she's doing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? Is there anyone?
Do you want to call for a show of hands one more time, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to raise their hands in support of this application? Raise your hand. We don't have to have you come to the microphone, but you can show your support by raising your hand, and we'll take a hand count, and that'll be passed along. I've got 3 online. 4, I'm sorry, 1, 2.
Almost everybody. I'm counting about 30 if the gentleman I'm making eye contact right now keeps his hand up. And I just saw another one shoot up, so there were about 31.
Okay, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 online. Those of you online can lower your hands. Okay, and anyone opposed to this application, please come to the microphone or raise your hand. Anyone opposed? I have Susan Jaster. Ms. Jaster, go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and then I'll get to the chamber. Excuse me.
Susan Jaster, and I'm not opposed. I think I hit the wrong button. I'm for her.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go to in person in chambers. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and give us your name and address.
Yes, I'm Andrea Smith Walker, and I live at 1911 Nebraska Avenue, which is 2 doors up from Karina. And I've known Karina for a long time. We call her the Duck Lady. Okay, let me just share what happens at my house. My house, of course, again, is just 2 doors up. All during the summer and even in the spring, I get nothing but a sewer smell. It is very potent. It is very, it affects me. And then when I have I have a pool in the backyard. And so I'm in the backyard a lot with friends and neighbors. And in the backyard, you get a very nasty, stagnant, just horrific odor. Even in the front yard, I could walk out my front porch and I'm getting this odor. And all of the things that Karina is saying, very interesting. But if you don't live in the close proximity where she lives, you would probably not know what's going on. But it's just a horrible smell. The other thing is there are little varmints like rats, possums, and other things that are in the area because of the feces that is created by the ducks. There have been times that I have been back in the backyard and looked at her ducks. She would have 75 ducks in a very small area. Her pond is no larger than this table. Okay, I don't care what the pictures show, but it's not that way because I have witnessed, I know what it looks like. As far as vegetation, she has much vegetation in her front yard. In the backyard, not as much, but she had vines that were just covering everything. I think there is a kind of like a dog and pony show going on where if somebody's coming to look at something, maybe they're not getting a chance to see it, because I don't even think that they could have gotten in. It was so much stuff all around. She just recently, over the last couple of weeks, cleared this for this meeting. And so there have been ducks that have gotten away, that have been on rooftops, that have been in other people's yards. And she has not kept that minimum that she says that she has had. She has not kept that minimum. And then she has baby ducks that maybe she'll have 100 baby ducks. Those baby ducks grow up in a month. It's no way she can control all those ducks and keep them to a minimum. It's just no way. And there is I've caught animals in my garage in traps. And she also says she's put about 60 holes in her yard to put poison out so that she can catch the rats. There are rats in that area because of the feed, because of the vegetation. It is not the beautiful picture she's painting. I'm just telling you, I live there. I know it's not that beautiful. And you would not want to have an area that stinks to high heavens. She has a very small area that she's doing all this. I commend her for what she wants to do as far as feed people and that kind of thing, and grow the native vegetation. But if you live near her, it's a whole different story. And it's nasty. I'm just gonna tell you, it's very nasty. That water gets stagnant. And then you have, those ducks create feces, a lot of feces. And it's not limited to 15 ducks. It is not. I've had baby ducks that I've gathered up in the neighborhood, took back down to her, where they've escaped. There's been a time when ducks were in my pool. There's been a time where it clogged up my pool filter with the feathers. And I had to have my filter and the sand changed out. That cost me $400 just to do that. And some of that is from her duck feathers. So it's a problem.
Excuse me just
in
a
the
moment.
neighborhood. It is a problem. I live there. A lot of
Ma'am,
people.
You have 1 minute left to speak.
Okay. A lot of people that have given a speech about her, they're not even from the neighborhood. They don't know, but I do know. And so I like her as a person. She does have some great vegetation in the front yard, but it's not really in the back. So at any rate, I am very much opposed to it because I know what goes on. And it's not that beautiful, pretty picture that she's painting. It is not. She just cleared a lot of that stuff up within the last week and a half. And then it doesn't stay that way. She does not maintain it. She does not maintain it. It just grows like crazy in the front yard, and then the backyard, those animals, no.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time has expired.
All right, thank you, Ms. Walker. Appreciate your comments. Okay, anyone else opposed? Okay, we'll close the public. I'm sorry, is there someone else?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Here I am.
Go ahead, your name and address, please.
My name is Renee Springer. My address is 1912 Nebraska Avenue, KCK. I live just a couple houses down. I'm like across the street, one over. Ducks as they are, I don't mind them. I like ducks. I support all of the great things that Corinna is bringing to the community. I respect all of your knowledge. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in support of the ducks. I'm not in support of more ducks. The rodent problem is a real thing. One of my friends who lives directly next to Corinna had a rat problem that got into their house. Corinna and I did talk, and we talked about the rodent traps and other things that they have out. And she had mentioned that she had more than 60. And this is a small lot. This is I respect that it's urban farming, but also this isn't a huge acreage. This is a small a yard in the city with city size yards. And there are 8 ducks, yes, but at any given time, there's like 40 to 50 ducks. Cause like it's a process, which I learned a lot about when I talked to Karina last week. But there are concerns for me for the people who actually live in the community, in the neighborhood itself. I'm not, like I said, I'm not opposed to ducks. I'm glad that they're around. I don't experience all the same things that everyone in the neighborhood does, but I'm not keen on the idea of there being more ducks because I already know what it means when there's 8 approved and how many that actually is for people who live near it. And so I have concerns when there's something like 15 and like raising this, because I know that's also going to raise like just the volume of ducks, right? And so for me, that's concerning. But also like, to me, this seems like a project that could have a grant or other things and find more ways to like keep these resources going for the neighborhood. But like, this doesn't seem like the right space to me for more of something that's already like a tight space. There are like actual issues that affect the neighbors. Yeah, I mean, the rat infestation for a neighbor was real. My partner had to go like help handle it. Like, that's the real part of like dealing with some of these things, because like farms do have pests, that's real. And sometimes those pests like affect the neighbors. So yeah, like I said, I have nothing but respect for all of Karina's endeavors. I respect the whole duck like growing and breeding. We talked about that as well, and wanting to have a breed standard for these ducks. I'm in support of all of that. I'm not in support of like upping the volume, just because I feel like it could get really overwhelming just for like the people who are directly next to and like right in proximity of. But yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty much all I got.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Gunnar, do you see anyone else?
Nobody else is coming to the podium, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Ms. West, could you please come back up to the microphone, please? Just a couple of questions to address some neighborhood concerns. Can you address the volume of ducks that tends to grow from the 8 that you currently have? And what we're hearing is 40 to 50 or more ducks at some time, given, I guess, maybe the breeding season. Can you maybe explain that?
Okay, my special use permit was for 8 ducks plus all the babies that those 8 ducks had. So
Okay.
all the babies that those ducks produce is more like 300 a year, and I didn't keep all the babies. So I tended to keep roughly about 40 babies at a time, because I was legal for 8 ducks and a bunch of babies. And
how
so
long do
they
you-
didn't
how long
specify
do you
how
keep-
many babies. And so
Okay, how
I
long do you
tended to
keep the
keep 8
babies?
babies.
How long do you keep the babies?
So the ducks grow extremely rapidly. That's why they're good at meat egg production. They're full grown in 8 weeks, and I always got them sold within 8 weeks. So
Okay. Okay, and then also, can you discuss rather briefly about the rodent problems that have been discussed by the neighbors?
which problem?
The rodent problems, the rats.
Okay, like I said, rodent traps are in place. Both people testified that rodent traps are in place. There's many sources of rodents in the city. It is not necessarily my farm. And I have a rodent management plan in place, as mentioned by the staff and as discussed by the attendees.
Okay. All right, I think that's all I had for you. Any other questions or clarifications needed by the commission before Ms. West sits down? Okay, seeing none, okay, go ahead, Commissioner Straws.
Not that I want to go make this longer, but if we increase the number and we're talking about 8 ducks are producing 300 chicks, and if we go to 15 ducks, that sounds like double. That's like almost 700 chicks on the property.
Is this a question for
Yeah,
the applicant?
is that the numbers that we're talking about? If we increase the number of chicks versus ducks, I'm asking that to the petitioner.
Okay, so I sell the ducks at events. That's how many of the people that are in support have come to know me. And I sell them at farmers market events and gardening events and online. And through different animal swap groups. And like I said, I never maintain more than 40 ducklings, babies on site.
I think the question
So
though is
they're
if we
sold
increase
within
it,
a week.
okay, if you increase it to 15 ducks, what do you think the output of ducklings are in a year's time? Am I saying that right? Ducklings? I guess that'd be right.
That would just simply mean more ducklings that I have to sell in order to maintain the income of my farm property. So we are able to sell ducklings rapidly within a week.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Commissioner Strauss. All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll now go to Director Hannah, get his recommendations and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we have ourselves into a special use permit renewal. This will be the first renewal, second approval. This is in the Northeast Kansas City, Kansas area plan. We have received letters in support, as noted by Secretary Parker. We had received no letters in opposition before the testimony we heard earlier this evening. There's some older notices of violation related to this property, none of them germane to the case before us. Upon staff's site visit, we did want to make note that the ground cover as a condition is not simply just ground cover on the floor. That was specific to seeding the property. We also noted potentially some improvements that we discussed with the Conservation District on the compost bin. Potentially both could address issues raised by the public immediate neighbors as it related to rodents. Staff recommends approval for 5 years.
For how many ducks?
Again, for cases like this, staff relies on the Conservation District who recommended we keep it at 8 ducks. If the Planning Commission wanted to increase that number to 15 as the applicant has requested, we would recommend that we define the number of ducklings she can keep on the property, and we go back to a 2-year term to see if the increased amount of ducks on the property incurs any additional issues.
All right. Questions for staff? Commissioner Ernst?
Can we assume that if there are any problems with rodents, with too many ducks, that we would revoke her permit entirely?
Thank you. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. If any of the conditions of approval were not met, we could move forward with revocation hearing, yes. Again, I think even if we stick with the number 8, I think staff would recommend that we define the number of ducklings moving forward. That might be another way to manage the issue.
Take care of it, Commissioner Ernst. Commissioner Ernst? You good?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready.
This is Commissioner Iltz.
Commissioner Iltz, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve the petition SP 2023-079 for 8 mature ducks and a revolving number of ducklings.
How many of those revolving ducklings? I mean, I think at any
Sorry,
one
was that a
time.
question?
Yes, question. I think the director wanted a number of set for ducklings as well as the ducks at any given time on the property. So your motion was for 8 ducks. How many ducklings on the property at any one time?
So 8 mature ducks and, you know, I'm
Not to exceed.
Not to exceed.
The applicant said 40. I think we could start
Yeah,
with 40 and see what
I think
happens.
40 on the premises at any one time.
All right, motion has been made for approval for 8 ducks and and no more than 40 ducklings on the property at any given time. Is there a second?
I'll
Seeing
second
no
it.
s- All right, there's a second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
A question,
Yes.
how many years?
Commissioner Isles, is this for a 2-year renewal? What was the original
Yes.
staff recommendation? Director Hand, was it for 2 years?
As no notices of violation were issued or other complaints, we were going to provide it at 5 as per SUP protocol in the ordinance. If you kept it at 8 ducks, the term is the prerogative of the Planning Commission.
All right, Commissioner Isles?
So my question for Director Hand would be, would she have the ability to come back? Would the Ms. West have the ability to come back in 1 year or 2 year and apply for an increased amount?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Yes, any applicant can come if they want to change the conditions of their approval.
Okay.
I would imagine she also has the Board of Commissioner hearing.
Right.
As a part of this existing
Mhm.
entitlement process. But again, if we're simply clarifying the number of ducklings, it would fit within staff's existing staff report, which was 8 ducks for 5 years. But again, this is, we defer to the Planning Commission.
So we'll go with 8 mature ducks, 40 ducklings at any time for 5 years.
All right. And that was a second by Commissioner Ward. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Ward, for the term?
Yes, sir.
All right. Motion been made and seconded for 8 ducks, 40 ducklings, not to exceed 40 ducklings on the property for a period of 5 years. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
No.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Nay.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application for 8 ducklings not to exceed 40 at any one time for 5 years, and the remainder of the conditions in the staff report passes 6 in favor and 2 opposed.
All right, thank you. And thank you all for your comments. This will be heard once again on November 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to our next application that was removed from the consent agenda, and that is plat application, plat 2023-032, Edward Spencer Schubert. Final plat to replat 2 residential lots at 4500 and 4514 Lloyd Street.
Okay, Mr. Schubert, you still in the audience?
Yes, I am.
All right. Once again, give us your name and address, please, and tell us what you want to do here.
Sure. My name is Edward Spencer Schubert, 4514 Lloyd Street. I appreciate you guys being here. I'll make this very quick. I think their recommendation was to approve. We thought this was just going to be an administrative replat. Our neighbor is just deeding us a section that she got from the land bank to add to our property. The only issue I have is that we have an existing gravel drive. It is well maintained. Many of the houses on our street have gravel drives. I really enjoy the gravel drive. It would be a significant additional expense if we were to be required to repave it. And I would just very much appreciate if we would be allowed to keep the existing gravel drive because we are just doing this lot split.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to, please come to the microphone or raise your hand if you're online. Gunnar, is anyone in the chambers?
I see no one in the chamber, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, I have Emily Storm online. Emily, go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Emily Storm. I'm at 4500 Lloyd, the one giving Spencer the land. I am totally in favor of him not needing to pave his driveway. No one else who buys a property needs to pave their driveway when they take possession. The driveway isn't even on the land that he's getting. This really should have just been a simple notary and sign it over.
Okay, anything else?
Nope, I'm in
All right.
favor of moving forward.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a replat into 2 lots. This is in the Rosedale area plan. Staff received no letter of support, no letter in opposition. There's some older notices of violation related to this property, but not germane to this case, and all have been rectified. Staff does recommend approval with conditions. I would just note that this is an urban area. It is required to be an improved surface for a driveway and a driveway apron in this context, and it is a standard condition that we are contesting. That the applicant's contesting, excuse me.
All right. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready.
If the commission wanted to make a motion to remove that, they would be removing condition number 9 or amending it.
All right, thank you. Anyone? And that is a standard condition, is that correct, Gunnar?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
I can make a motion. This is
Go ahead, Commissioner Iles.
Commissioner Iles. I make a motion to approve final plat PLAT 2023-032, subject to all the comments and suggestions outlined in the staff report, including needing to pave.
All right, so as presented.
As
All right,
presented.
thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Beth, I'll second.
Commissioner Beth with the second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
No.
Strauss,
No.
Ward,
Nay.
Armstrong,
Nay.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this plat subject to the conditions in the staff report fails. 3 in favor. Oh, I'm sorry. 4 in favor. Okay, let me just start here again. I have a tie. I have 4 and 4.
Do you need my vote?
So I need your vote.
All right, my vote is aye.
Well, actually, that's not.
Son
Yes, that will help because we have 9 present. Okay, so that motion to approve this plat subject to the conditions in the staff report passes. 5 in favor, 4 opposed.
All right, this will be heard once again on September,
Nope.
excuse me. Go ahead.
Okay, we finished the consent agenda now.
All right, sorry, this will be heard, this case will be heard once again, November 30th at, no, it will not. I'm sorry, it's
No,
a
it will
plat.
not, sir.
No, it will not. So thank you. So that is the final approval on that one.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that will now take us to our consent agenda, our non-consent agenda. Our first application is change of zone application, COZ 2023-026, Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to MP3 Planned Heavy Industrial District for a water treatment facility at 2443R South 88th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Thank you.
Is the applicant from the Unified Government present? Okay, folks, please remember, raise your hands and let's kind of try to move things along. Okay, go ahead, please. Give us your name and address.
Yes, thank you, City Planning Commission. My name is Jack Song. I'm a project manager with Unified Government Public Works Department in the Water Pollution Control Division. This is a wastewater treatment plant located at 2443 South 88th Street. The treatment plant facility is actually on two separate parcels of land. And I believe last year or maybe the year before that, we had gone through the same process, and we had both pieces. We had one of the parcels rezoned from R1 to M3 because we currently have a treatment plant project where we are doing building repair and also upgrading systems and process controls within the plant. And the parcel next to the plant is still zone R1, and we're in the process of rezoning that to M3 as well. And that's why we're here this evening.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please raise your hand or come to the mic. Seeing no one online.
No one in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hanover's comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a change of zone from R1 to MP3. As the applicant mentioned about a year or so ago, the water treatment facility abutting this property was rezoned. It just didn't come with this second one. So this is basically a cleanup on the Unified Government's side. This is in the excuse me, this is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Midtown South, just north of the Kansas River. Staff received no letters of support. You can see the R1 zones kind of marooned here around all MP3 in all directions. No opposition, no notice of violation. That's the wrong picture. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Strauss, go ahead.
I move to approve COZ 2023-026 according to staff stipulations and recommendations.
Thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Strauss for approval. Is that a second, Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this change of zone application subject to the conditions in the staff report passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
All right, thank you. This will be heard once again on November 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Our next application is change of zone COZ 2023-027. Alex Elliott with Atlas Land Consultant. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to RP4 Planned Garden Apartment District to develop a senior living facility at 9205 Garfield Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Elliott, go ahead, please. Your name and address.
Timothy Elliott, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit R, Baser, Kansas. I'm with Atlas Land Consulting. We're representing the owners wanting to do this project. As stated, it is a preliminary development plan for 3 16-unit assisted living facility buildings. The entrance to the property comes off of the existing stub there on Garfield and goes down to a sort of roundabout that all of the buildings have access to. This gives easy loading and unloading for any cars or buses or anything like that, while having parking for staff and any people, any residents who may possibly have cars. That parking is provided along the drive. That was an issue that was kind of brought up in some of the comments, was the issue of parking. There's the UG code doesn't exactly have a parking requirement for assisted living by name. We believe we fall closer to what would be like, it escapes me now, but basically most of these people are not going to have vehicles. And we're talking about people with Alzheimer's and other conditions like that. They will more than likely not have vehicles. So we're wanting to go with the lower parking requirement that is 1 for 4 beds and 1 for each employee, which the, I think 33 or 34 spaces that are provided is plenty to meet that requirement. Besides that neighborhood meeting we had, the neighbor to the south showed up, and we held it at the church, which is the neighbor to the north. None of them, well, the neighbor to the south expressed a few small concerns, and after talking to them, they didn't have any more concerns, and the pastor of the church didn't have any issues either. So with that, we are asking for approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please raise your hand or come to the microphone.
Name's Lawrence Harvey.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
1723. What'd you say?
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
I live at 1723 North 91st Street in this subdivision. The questions I have sorry about this, guys.
That's all right.
There is not adequate driveway for this. It's only one way in, one way out. By doing this, there will be more traffic for the people that have to take care of these people. There is a hazard on parallel with having one way in. There's no stoplight. There's been numerous accidents there. So there'll be increased traffic. He said there was meetings. There was no information sent to me about this. I saw it sitting on the side of the street. That's why I'm here today.
Okay, and you live in the neighborhood that it will be in front or next to, correct?
Correct. It would be adjacent. We'd use the same driveway to go in and out. There's no other entrances to our subdivision. So there was plenty of concern there. Plus, it'd be senior living. I'll be there sooner or later. But there's going to be ambulances having to come take care of these people all hours of the night. We've already lived right next to the hospital. We don't hear that much of that, but here we would hear it all the time. So that's my concern. There's not adequate driveway access.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the chambers want to speak? Anyone online? Okay, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannigan's comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a change of zone from R1 to R4 for senior assisted living. Again, it's in 3 phases. First phase is 16 units. There's 3 buildings, 16 units each. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters of opposition before the testimony this evening, and there are no notices of violation on the property. Staff does recommend, actually, I would say staff has reviewed this with the applicant. We have made some design changes since their initial submittal. Staff does recommend approval with conditions, including a final development plan. I would note that there's sidewalk connectivity into the existing sidewalk system in the single-family neighborhood to the east, as well as open space buffers to the north towards the church, to the west towards larger lot single-family homes, and then there's some screening along the property line that abuts the backyards of those the single-family subdivision to the east.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff? Gunnar, I just have one. Because of the type of neighborhood, it didn't require any type of traffic study to see what type of traffic it would generate. We know on these types of facilities in terms of fire calls, things like that, what we see. I mean, I know living out near the Piper, I'm not sure that I ever really drive by there and there's not an ambulance or fire truck in front of the facility. So I'm just curious if there is any type of study or anything like that done on that.
There, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning, resigned. There was a traffic study completed. It was reviewed by the county traffic engineer. No public improvements were required.
Okay.
This also went to the fire department for review. They had no comments as submitted.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to Mr. Elliott because I did not give him a chance to come back up before I went to staff comments. Mr. Elliott, do you have a comment to make?
Yes, thank you. I guess Gunnar set the record straight on the traffic study. There was one done. Our applicant also did ask a lot of other owners of assisted living facilities, and she estimates that there'll probably be 2 ambulance trips per month with the number of units that we have proposed. And she said what a lot of the other owners will do is request that it's a no lights, no siren visit, basically. So when those ambulances do come, because there's a neighborhood nearby, there won't be any lights, won't be any sirens. So just a comment about that.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning, resigned. I just looked it up as well, and as the crow flies, the gentleman who spoke with concerns and in opposition is outside the 200-foot noticing limit, so that's why he didn't get a letter.
Okay, and that was my assumption, but okay, understand. Thank you. Any questions for staff or any further clarifications needed? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Armstrong.
I move to approve, let me pull up the number here. I move to approve COZ 2023-027 with the staff's comments and stipulations included.
All right, thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Armstrong. Is that a second, Commissioner Strauss?
It is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call, please, Janet.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this change of zone application, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
All right, thank you. This will be heard once again November 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, we have 3 items that we're going to hear together, and then we will vote on them separately. Change of zone application COZ 2023-028. Curtis Peterson with Polsonelli. Change of zone from AG Agriculture District to CP2 Plan General Business District to construct the Atlas 9 Interactive Art Gallery at 9700 State Avenue. Special use permit SP 2023-099. Special use permit for grading, fill, removal of earth and fill at the same address. And plat 2023-031. Preliminary plat to create 1 commercial lot and vacate a portion of the 98th Street right-of-way. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, The application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No,
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Peterson? There you are.
Mr. Peterson is not with us this evening. This is
Oh.
Richard Napper.
I'm sorry. I cannot see that far into the chamber, so I apologize.
No problem.
That means this will move a lot faster without him there.
I hope so. So
Go ahead, please, sir.
if I may. Good evening and thank you for your time and consideration tonight. My name is Richard Napper. I'm here on behalf of Homefield, HFS, KCK, LLC, and the Atlas 9 development team. Presently on your screen, you'll see what I think is an absolutely incredible rendered image of Atlas 9. This is a very, very unique and special development for our master plan. Our architect, Matt Massalonis, as well as Amy Grant with Posanelli are sitting behind me, and they will dive deeper into some of the detail, but I wanted to share with you some of our thoughts in advance of diving into the deep detail. As you know, Homefield is a star bond district, and as such, we are compelled through our DA and challenged to bring unique entertainment and experiential attractions to the project. A star bond district is not a one-size-fits-all, and its intent is for the unique, the attractions to bring visitors in from out of state to spend their money in the state of Kansas, and in this case, in Wyandotte County. When you look at this 400-acre plus or minus master plan, we have great examples of attractions that certainly do not fit into any design mold. These projects are designed and intended to be different. That is part of their narrative. Some of these attractions on our master plan include soccer's National Training Center, the world headquarters of Dairy Farmers of America, Homefield Baseball, the Homefield Training Center, and the under construction $150 million Margaritaville Resort. It would be impossible for any city to have design guidelines or codes for these types of unique projects. In early 2024, I'll be back in front of you all with two more unique projects that will not fit into a design box. One is a 55,000 square foot multi-use arena anchored by the largest concert promoter and ticket promoter in the country. The other is a 12-acre golf entertainment attraction that is top in its class. It is the best in golf entertainment. These forthcoming users, along with the others I've identified, combined with Atlas 9, give this project and this community, this state of Kansas, something that is so incredible and unique, it's hard to fully describe. Atlas 9 is an immersive, interactive museum. Museums, by their nature, are uniquely designed, both on the interior and the exterior. Atlas 9 is no different. The Atlas 9 building is part of its story. It's part of the narrative. This will be an iconic building that people will want to visit. Atlas 9 is a venture between Homefield and Dimensional Innovations. If you're not familiar with Dimensional Innovations, they've been part of the design and creativity behind such famous projects as SoFi Stadium, the Raiders Stadium, Viking Stadium, thousands of movie theaters, the Amelia Earhart Museum, the U.S. Naval Academy Museum. Those are just to name a few. Dimensional Innovations has helped reimagine experiences for the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, MLB, MLS, and NWSL. Their experience and client list is a who's who of world-class ownership groups. We have the right team, and we have an incredible opportunity to have this facility open concurrent with Margaritaville in the first half of 2025. The UG staff has done a very nice job of its review on this project, but as noted before, this museum does not fit into a standard design box. The siding of this building and its exterior are imperative to the project. This is a $27 million building. We're putting $27 million on where we think this needs to go and what it needs to look like as part of the Star Bond District. The building is part of the narrative. It's part of the theming. I cannot divorce the exterior from the interior. There are several staff comments on the building and on the parking that would be detrimental to the theme and narrative of the building. And therefore, I do ask that you approve this as we have submitted. There are two other staff comments dealing with SUPs, one on grading and one on construction timing. The SUP dealing with grading has to do with us grading on the lot adjacent to Alice 9 that we own. I don't perceive that as being an issue. And the other stipulation on timing, I think just will stipulate that we'll have this done pursuant to UG code. I believe it's 18 months. Atlas 9 is a creative design, far from cookie cutter. And as I said, this will be an iconic building. We'd asked following the balance of this, after the balance of this presentation, that you approve this project based on our submitted plans. I thank you very much for your time and consideration. And at this point, I'll hand it over to Matt and Amy. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Gunnar, you can just leave it on this slide for a minute. So I'm Matt Mastalonis. I'm with Perspective Architecture and Design. What you're looking at is the site that we've selected. And Tucker, Trotter, and I with Dimensional Innovations walked this site in early February and March. There's about 30 foot of grade from State Avenue up to 98th Street, just so everyone knows this is not a flat site. And we actually had droned the site. We've been evaluating the exact location of it. But you'll notice that on the south side, we have an entrance off State Avenue. And then we actually have the primary entrance off the north side for 98th Street. The building, you'll see the narrative, and it is imperative that everyone looks at that and understands the narrative is that this is a containment building. The building itself is meant to be mystical so that when you enter the inside, you will feel a total 4-dimensional immersion environment. It is a 2-story building. Gunnar, can you slip to the next slide, please? And so when we talk about immersion environments and containment buildings, you'll find to the left, these are containment buildings that have kind of generally been done around the world, and they're meant to be mystical. And we talk about the design of the interior environment. Those are the ones to the right. And you'll find that there's this wow, there's this experiential moment when you will find that you enter this facility, and that's what we're designing for. It's rare that we can find this in a market, but this is a first to market type event that I'm blessed to be involved in. Better, can you go to the next slide? This is the primary elevations. This is the south side, the primary focus and good balances to what Richard had showed on the very first slide. And on the bottom, that's our north elevation, which is going to be entrance off 98th Street. Next slide. And these are the east and west facades. On the east side, it's facing our service court. And on the west face, you'll see that how we've tucked this into the hillside. So the second level actually will exit directly out onto the north lawn and the north courtyard. Versus on the south, you'll see we enter out actually into a 2-story space on the south side. Gunnar, can we back up one slide real quick, please, too? You'll notice also, we actually have, the building is completely concealing our large rooftop units. There's going to be a large theater component in addition to the immersive art exhibits that are in here. And you'll see that we've got literally a 8-foot parapet that's going to conceal that. So the building itself envelops everything, including the interior. Slide 2 down, 2, Gunnar. Oh, is that all you have? Well, there are actually some other slides. Sorry, it's okay. So let's go back to the very first slide that Richard showed. In the package, you should have our overall, go to the very, very first slide, Gunnar. This is the entrance to the facility. That entrance is meant to be a scalloped door that feels like you're walking into something that has been contained in the environment. So that is the wow moment. You'll find that we've got pedestrian plazas on the north, pedestrian plazas on the south, and we're trying to make a full interactive sidewalk connection throughout the entire Legends development. There's a lot more I could talk about, but I think it's been a long night for everyone. We're available for any questions.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, We will go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? I have Bethany Snyder. Bethany, go ahead.
Yes, I live at 9325 Georgia Avenue. I'm a good 3/4 miles away from the new soccer area put in by Providence Hospital. And we can hear them as clearly as if they were standing beside us shouting. And they had said something about putting something up on the rooftop. And I was wondering just how loud this was going to be.
Okay, we'll get you an answer to that.
Thank you.
We'll see what those exterior plans are for any type of exterior entertainment or something like that. We'll find out.
This is
Okay,
Richard Napper. I'm sorry.
I'm going to come back to you in just a second, Richard. Okay, we'll go to, sorry, the next person will be Ashley Meek. Ashley?
Hello.
Yes.
I just wanted to say this sounds amazing. This is exactly what Wyandotte needs. This is an amenity that is creative and beautiful and interactive and inspirational. And these are the exact type of projects we need to bring to our county. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone in the chamber, Gunner?
No one in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
Okay, if we could just get, and I'm sorry, the attorney's name has escaped me now.
This is Richard Napper, and
yes,
I wish I had a law degree, but I do not. I am one of the developers for the overall master plan for Homefield.
I'm sorry.
That's fine, but I wish I had the law degree.
And you won't get any trouble for impersonating one because that was my mistake. So just so a question, please, if you would, to address the public question regarding any type of exterior, I don't know what you want to mean, any kind of noises, anything that's going to be done up on the roof that would project out over to any of the neighbors or anything like that.
If someone is on the roof, we need to call the police. This is an entirely interior. This is a museum indoors. I think there was a comment among the architecture and how there's a high parapet with the design feature, but this is an indoor museum. There is no one on the exterior of the building or on the roof. Again, this is an interior facility.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. All right, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we have 3 cases in front of us: a change of zone, special use permit for the grading, and a plat to divide the existing parcel into 2. Again, this is the Atlas 9 Museum proposed in the Homefield master plan site within the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. Staff received no letters of support before this evening's testimony, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on the property. Staff recommends approval of the preliminary plat and the change of zone and the SUP for 1 year with conditions, including following the the commercial design guidelines. As it relates to the development, let me just show you real quick. So you can see right here, basically the parcel today is the whole thing. They're splitting it effectively in half and doing most of the grading on this side or additional grading on this side. Again, when they developed this project, grading is part of the building permit on the Atlas 9 site. Staff did work with the applicant to try to better address the commercial design guidelines, which would like to take the black experiential box and move it closer to State Avenue. They have not done that. The materiality is also an issue. There's some, as per our design guidelines, there's some metal paneling, not too dissimilar from other deviations this body has provided for Homefield in the past. Essentially, it's that one large curve is the main issue. As it relates to design guidelines, again, that's a effect of the design, not necessarily, well, it's a design choice, I guess that's how I would describe it. So they are asking for deviations, which are included in the recommendation of approval. So we're asking the Planning Commission if they agree to accept those deviations as a part of the approval for all 3. And a final development plan is required, so we can pick up some of the pieces here at that stage as well.
I'm sorry, and that's why it's a Kurt Peterson project, because I'm always confused. So what's the deviation being requested? I'm sorry, I guess I've
So
lost
there's
it.
a couple
in hearing you out.
deviations. One is the
Materiality.
location of the parking, right? So we like to have our parking to the side or the rear. It's all in front. One is building location. We like to have it at the front or at the corner. It's in the back, in the opposite corner. If you take 98th Street as its frontage, which this project does not, its back would be to 98th Street. Its front is the parking lot. And then there's a deviation for the length of the building without any articulation. And the fourth deviation is for materiality for the metal paneling.
All right, thank you. Other questions for staff or clarifications?
This is Commissioner Iltz. I have a
Go ahead.
question for
Go ahead,
Director
please.
Hand, or maybe for the developer. Why are they not wanting to move the building to the closer to State Avenue and put the parking behind?
Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Design, they claim it is a elevation change issue, the grading on site.
Thank you.
And there is a steep elevation, correct? So I mean, is there
There's
merit to
grading
that?
involved with this project, though? Staff believes they could have moved it. They don't want to.
When you say staff thinks they should move it or could move it, do we have engineers review those plans to see if that can be done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Director Hand? So if we were to agree to the changes requested by the developer, we would need to, what would that motion look like versus just approving it the way that it's submitted?
It's all built into the existing approval. So if you agree with it as is, you would recommend approval for all three. We addressed the issue about the timing for the SUP. Mr. Napper was incorrect in his statements. 18 months is the approval for a final development plan, not for an SUP. So they say they only need a year for the grading after approval. That's what this gives them.
All right. Any other, go ahead, Commissioner Strauss.
No, I'm ready to rock.
Go ahead, Brock.
All right. First motion is the COZ. What do we want first?
Change of zone.
All right. So I recommend approval of the change of zone for 2023-028 according to staff stipulations and all of the deviations set forth.
So I'm sorry, go ahead. Just explain to your motion that you approve the deviations.
I approve the deviations that the
Okay,
staff and the client have worked out. Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application subject to the conditions passes. 8 in favor, none opposed.
All right, now I'll need one for the special use permit.
All right. I make a motion that we approve SP 2023-099 according to the staff report with the approved and agreed to deviations. I'm trying to do better with that with staff and the client.
All right. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Strauss with the added language. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 99 for 1 year, subject to the conditions passes. 8 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, now I need a final one on the plat.
All right. I move that we accept and adopt plat 2023-031 with staff stipulations and accepted deviations.
All right. Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Strauss. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat, subject to the conditions, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. The change of zone and the special use permit will go before the board. Is that correct, Janet?
That is correct.
That'll be on November 30th at 7 p.m. Thank you, folks, for the presentation. Looks like an exciting project.
Mr. Chairman, were you wanting?
Yes, we're going to go ahead and take that 5-minute break I spoke about earlier. So we'll take a 5-minute break and reconvene, and then we'll try to finish up this agenda as quickly as we can. Hey, Janet, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. Wait for everybody to start their cameras back up. Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Janet, if you would please call the next case.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-025, Mr. Kasim. Renewal of a special use permit for an auto body repair shop at 744 Kansas Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Kasim, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. I'm assuming that's you under KCK Automotive.
Yes, sir. Wathi Kasim at 716 Kansas Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66105.
Great. Tell us what you'd like to do here.
I think there was a couple of minor issues that has been addressed, and everything has been done. We would love to have the special use permit instead of the renewal. I think every 2 years or so, if we can get it done for at least 5 years or maybe 10 years, that would be greatly appreciated on our part.
Okay, and anything else you'd like to, so everything's been taken care of that we had discussed previously, correct?
Every single issue has been addressed. As far as us, we've been in the area for 30 years. We've been great to the community, and there are zero issues that hasn't taken care. Everything has been taken care of.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come to the microphone if you're in the chambers.
I see none in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
Nothing online, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to you, Director Hannigan, your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this was continued. This case has been continued a couple times in the last few months in order for Mr. Kasim to complete his final condition of approval, which he has. This is a special use permit for an auto repair shop, 4th approval, 3rd renewal. This is in the Armourdale area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. There are no notices of violation on this property. Staff recommends approval for 2 years. To Mr. Kasim's point, again, because this is the 4th time we've heard this case, it is eligible for up to 5 years. If someone from the Planning Commission wants to make that motion, staff would support that. Again, the condition that we held this over for to complete was the last sort of physical condition required as per all the standards for this type of use. I'll say it again, I've said it before, this use is historically an issue with operations. Mr. Kasim is one of the few who have completed all the physical upgrades to the property as required by our ordinance.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Strauss. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Commissioner House, do you have a question?
I do.
Go ahead.
Just quickly, I drove by there the other day and I noticed that on page 7, number 10, it says that there are not supposed to be any wrecked or inoperable vehicles parked on the property in public view. There are. So just wanted to make that point. I did notice that he got the wall filled in and it looks really good. Good work. But he is having trouble adhering to the other conditions.
Thank you. Director Hand, did you have a comment?
I already made my comment.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Strauss.
Yeah, can I make my motion? Unless we have any other questions. Oh, you haven't called for motion. I apologize.
That's all right. I do want to go back to Mr. Kasim. Can you address Commissioner Isles' comment regarding inoperable vehicles outside the building?
Yes, as far as an operable, it's a body shop. They are not inoperable. Temporarily, we take any um, vehicle that's been in an accident, generally place it indoor. The ones that are outside in the parking lot, in most cases, they are not there for a long time, just a matter of a few days till we get parts and get it indoor and basically address that issue. So it's generally fairly organized, and we don't have that issue unless she just caught us on a bad day. You pass by where there was 3 or 4 in a bad accident, but generally they go indoor.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Any further questions or clarifications needed by the commission? If not, I'll go ahead and accept that motion. Commissioner Straws.
All right, I'm going to recommend approval of SP 2023-025 and amend the special use to 5 years in agreements with staff.
All right, motion made for approval by Commissioner Straws for 5 years. Set a second, Commissioner Armstrong.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call, please, Janet.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 5 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Kasim. This will be heard once again November 30th, 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you.
Our next special use permit is SP 2023-038, Alicia Archibald. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 2559 West 46th Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact disclosed with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Archibald, I got you queued up, ready to speak. Your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do.
All right, and I'm Alicia's husband, Brian, speaking on behalf of her.
Okay.
And our home address is 15316 Howe Street, Overland Park, Kansas. And the property location we're talking about is, as listed, 2559 West 46th Avenue. I think ours, in the spirit of the time, it's pretty straightforward and simple. We purchased the property through my wife's business in November in 2022. At the time, there were long-term renters in the property. We left them in there because they had a contract through the end of June 2023. At that time, the plan was to transform the property into a rental. Could be short-term rental, could be longer-term rental, really catering to the medical profession, centered around KU Med. And we realized in April of 23, around then, that there was an additional requirement for short-term rentals, which was the special use permit, which we are applying for right now.
All right. Thank you. You realize you will need a business license at some point?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you going to allow pets on the property?
As of right now, we're not, because while it's fenced in the backyard, there's some gaps where pets could get out. So we are not really considering that at this time.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Iltz. I have
Yes.
a question. Do you understand all the conditions that would be required to be met if it's approved? There's 23 conditions.
Correct. We've gone through the conditions extensively. and have provided written responses to those in our application. So I think yes.
And do you have any Spanish speaking neighbors, and do you have a way to communicate with them?
So on one side, I'm not sure if he speaks Spanish or not, but on the other side, there are what look to be Spanish neighbors. We have had conversations with them in English. So we don't see a concern that we've actually spoken to all the neighbors around us in person and had conversations about our plans and what we're up to. And so far, we've gotten nothing but support from everybody.
Anything else, Commissioner Rouse?
You asked my other questions, so thank you.
I was trying to move them along. All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the public want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please come forward or raise your hand.
None in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right, I see nothing online, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a short-term rental. It is non-owner occupied. There is one other unpermitted short-term rental on the block. If this application were to move forward tonight and approved by the Board of Commission later this month or in general, staff would have to follow up with a zoning enforcement case for that other unpermitted on the block. This is in the Rosedale area plan. We received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation related to this property. Staff recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, including a maximum of 6 people on site at one time, 2 cars off street only at one time. We are also asking for sidewalk and driveway repairs and some enhanced landscaping.
And thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Strauss.
I move to approve SP 2023-038 for 1 year according to staff stipulations.
All right, thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Strauss. Is that a second, Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
No.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 1 year, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, November 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-042, Matt Thomas with Firm Foundation Ministries Incorporated. Special use permit to operate a group dwelling unit at 1723 Quindaro Boulevard. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Mr. Chairman, this application was referred back to the City Planning Commission for the applicant to re-engage the community and collect additional input. Testimony on this application has been heard 3 times from those in support and in opposition. This application was held over from last month's meeting to allow additional time for the applicant to re-engage the community and collect additional input, and the commission should hear an update from the applicant. Mr. Chairman, before the applicant speaks, I received 1 letter or one email from Elnora Jefferson, who spoke last month in opposition. And I also received an email from Candy Leonard Caldwell, president of Organization for Community Preservation, that states Foundation Ministries has not fulfilled the direction from the UG commissioners to reach out to the Organization for Community Preservation. As of this date, OCP has not heard from Foundation Ministries. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Thomas, is that you at the podium?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go
How
ahead
you
and give
guys
us your
doing?
name. I'm good.
Yep.
Go ahead, give us your name and address again. Give us an update on where we were since our last meeting.
Yep. So Matt Thomas, 12714 West 76 in Shawnee. I had spoke, of course, Trina, and right around the building, there's really not a lot of neighbors, so to speak. It's on the main street of Quindaro. And so I spoke to Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson said, and I've got the text messages, that he's in favor. I spoke with Jim Eccles, who does Renaissance. I'm going to butcher it. He says he is 100% behind what we're doing. And I forwarded that email to, I think James Malloy is his name. So we, like the community around it, all of them are in favor. And I don't think Elnora lives over by the 5th Street house. And so she's not even really in the community. And so the only one that was really opposing 1723 was Candy Caldwell. And no, I haven't reached out to her, but I did sit down with Melissa Bynum and talk to her, show her the building, show her what we do, just to be able to try to build a relationship. I have a meeting with one of the new commissioners Wednesday. I have a meeting with the DA next Monday or next week, sometime Monday or Tuesday, and then a meeting with the mayor the week after. And so really just trying to build relationships. But I mean, everybody around the place, like I said, the only negativity was Candy Caldwell. And no, I haven't reached out to talk to her, but I did reach out to Elnora to say, even though we didn't get the ruling that we wanted to, how can we possibly help you with the plan that you guys have in place for the neighborhood development, for the master plan? Because that was the advice that was given to me. So that's what I did.
All right, and who is Mr. Wilson?
Wilson's Pizza, Gary Wilson.
Okay, was there a barber shop or something next door that you
Yep,
had
that's
support from?
so that's Bernard and Trina Crawford, who already said that they 100% approve what we do. I think there was even an email attached to the first application that we put in for this one, that they are for what we do.
Janet, do we have a record from Mr. and Mrs. Crawford that you're aware of?
I do not have anything, no, but I'll check while the hearing continues.
Okay,
That
and
was
these,
sent to the case planner. We can get that to you, Ms. Parker.
all right, so we do have something from them, because I know that was something that was brought up last month. Okay, and then as far as your meeting with the DA and the mayor, those are set for when, and the new commissioner, those are set for next week?
Yep. So I have one with the new commissioner, Dr. Hill, coming up this Wednesday. I have one the week after with the district attorney, Mr. Dupree. And then the week after that Monday, I have one with the mayor where I'm going to sit and talk with him, because I think that it really didn't go so hot, obviously, last time. And, I think it was Commissioner Strauss that said, you should have started with this address and done it here before you tried to do the one on 5th Street, which is fine. But like, we've talked to the neighbors. We haven't had a problem. We've been able to help multiple families with food just this last week and furniture and stuff. And so like we're positively affecting the community that we are in. And so
Okay.
I'm
just curious, when did you reach out to Mr. Dupree and to Mayor Garner?
So Mr. Dupree was 2 weeks ago. The mayor was also 2 weeks ago, but because of the holidays last week, they didn't really get back to me, honestly, till today.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. Anyone, I'm going to go ahead and open, any questions from the commissioners to Mr. Thomas?
Commissioner Beth, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Beth.
Yeah, what's the other group or the other facility down there on 27th Street? What's the name of that facility?
Yeah, so that's a village initiative.
And mentioned before that you get people from there that they.
Yeah, so we
Do you have anything from them supporting your project?
no, I don't.
Did you reach out to them, ask them to come support your project here?
I can't. I talked to Chanel. She said she had to speak with Elder George. I tried to reach Elder George. He didn't return the phone call. And so
That was the spirit of the continuance up until now, though, wasn't it? To reach out to get the other additional
but
letters
I
of
think that's
support
part
from
of what I
people.
did. I mean, I still talk to them. I explained that we partner together. My employee, Chad, actually volunteers over there. And so we not only,
Do you have an email or any of them forwarded to us supporting your project,
I
endorsing it in any
No.
manner? Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions from the commission before we open up the public? Seeing none, we'll go to the public comment. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? And I'm only going to hear testimony that we've not heard before. So I'm going to go to online first, Camille Caldwell. Camille.
Good evening.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm Camille Coppola, Vice President of Organization for Community Preservation. I live at 1318 Cleveland, Kansas City, Kansas. And we are in opposition because he hasn't spoken with the daycare that is directly in proximity, the elementary schools. There are several schools that have bus stops surrounding that transitional house. He came in the neighborhood in a very disingenuous way. He spoke to a couple of business owners, none of the homeowners, such as myself, none of the neighborhood organizations that are already collaborating to take this plan somewhere else for this neighborhood that they moved into. So we're in real opposition. I'm a former PTA president. I speak with the community. He hasn't spoken with anyone in our community other than home business owners that leave at 5. We live here. We're here every day. We don't close on weekends. We don't close on holidays. We live here. He hasn't spoken with any of us. Like I said, there are 4 organizations that are collaborating on this span of Quindaro that he hasn't spoken with. So I'm in opposition as vice president of Organization for Community Preservation, but I'm also in opposition as a single woman who's a homeowner in this neighborhood.
Okay.
And I also speak for the community and as a former PTA president. Like I said, I know there are several schools with several bus stops, not just Quindaro's elementary school, but middle school and high schools are surrounding this area. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Andrew and Adria.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, please. Give us your name and address, please.
Hi, Adria Medlin, 6005 Horton Place, St. Louis. I am the operations director for Firm Foundations Ministries. And so I just wanted to say, obviously, I'm in favor of what we are doing there. We've been before you guys repeatedly now at this point, as you guys know. And aside from the fact that we're providing a really needed service for men who are looking to change their lives and serve in the community through the church that is also in that building. You know, the thing that has kept coming back is that we didn't have enough community support. And yet every time we go back and we talk to more people, yes, we cannot talk to everybody. We're going to continue to try and talk to people. And we're sorry if we've missed some important people, but we are making the effort that has been asked of us. We've been making the repairs. We're doing all the things that have been asked of us. And so I feel like, you know, at this point, we're talking about approving a special use for 2 more beds. We're already there. We have 5 guys who can and will continue to live there. So the real issue is, can we have 2 more guys living there? That's really all we're asking at this point.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Anyone in the chambers? Okay, I've got one more online. If anybody, okay, well, no. Keep your hand up if you would like to speak. I've got Candy Leonard Caldwell.
Good evening. I'm Candy Leonard Caldwell, President of the Organization for Community Preservation. I wish not to disclose my home address because I do work in the public. OCP, I'm going to refer to throughout my statement here, Organization for Community Preservation. I'm going to, as I said, refer it to as OCP. First, our opposition is the safety of our community. As Camille, the vice president, stated, we're in close proximity of an elementary school, which is less than a mile away. Then there's another middle school called B. Bruce and also Carruthers Elementary. I hear Mr. Thomas keep speaking of village initiative. In OCP's opinion, you're duplicating services. I was just in a meeting where Village Initiative, they're in the process of building for transitional housing. I also would like to state that in the master plan for the Northeast area, OCP was going to be in the model block. We formed a coalition with Youth Bill, Groundwork NRG, CHW, Project Rally. And also, Commissioner Bynum sat in on these meetings. This is the vision we have for our OCP community. CHW is building Rivers Edge East. Those are single family infill housing bank, grant and home funded. We have a grocery store that will be across the street from the transitional housing. That's groundwork NRG. We have leadership grounds. That was Project Rally. Education, gardening, and community center. Focus on health and wellness and empowerment for our children of the community. Then we had the model block with Youth Bill, energy efficient single housing. They built the first home in June of 2021. We've been working on this in our community for years. Then OCP, we had playgrounds. We having a playground that's going to be swing sets put in November 20th of 2023. We're looking for recreational spaces for our children and young adults. And then we also were going to have a demonstration block site by Youth Bill and KU Architects.
Ms. Caldwell.
Yes.
I'm sorry, we have a really, really long night. And
Okay,
I
so
need
let
you
me
to,
make
I
this,
need, I just
okay,
need you to
let me
talk
just make
about
this.
this particular project. I appreciate everything you're doing in the community, but I gotta limit your comments to what,
Okay, well,
how
this,
they
I
pertain
just
to
want to,
this.
okay, this last comment I would like to make was most recently in August of 2022, the Heritage Trail, which encompasses the OCP community. MOU was set with the Western University Association, the AME Church, and an MOU with the Unified Government. Okay, so this transitional house doesn't envision what we have for our OCP community. And I am Candy Leonard Caldwell. I'm speaking for Organization for Community Preservation. Mr. Wilson is a business owner. He's looking at it from a business standpoint. He's looking at to make those dollars from those gentlemen in that housing. Mr. Mr. Bernard, he has a barbershop. They do not live in this community. They go home in the evenings. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Okay, Gunnar, do you have anyone in the audience?
I see nobody in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting and we'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this case has been continued, remanded, and continued again for additional community input, special use permit for a group home. Staff is, this is in the Northeast area plan. Staff received both support and opposition. There are some old notices of violation that have been rectified by the applicant. Staff still recommends approval for 2 years.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Strauss?
Just one quick question. I think the lady from St. Louis said that they're operating and this is only to add 2 additional beds, but I think we were under the assumption that this never had a special use permit. Is that correct? Or am I missing something somewhere?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. There's been a history of this same use at this site for a different group home. A group home is 6 or more unrelated people. 5 or fewer unrelated people do not need an SUP to live together, regardless of the circumstances.
Got you. Okay. I would just wonder what she was referring to when she said that. Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions for staff? If none, I will stand for a motion. Commissioner Strauss?
I'm going to make a motion with a preference on the premise to the motion. As I make a approval for SP 2023-042, according to staff stipulations, I would also encourage this applicant to meet with these particular organizations in the very, very near future and sit down with them and see how they can make this work in that community, since it has been this before and there hasn't been any issues as it's been operating. I will recommend approval of SP 2023-042 according to staff stipulations.
Thank you. Motion is for approval by Commissioner Strauss with the added comment for the applicant to reach out again to the various groups that have spoken tonight. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
I agree with every word he said.
All right, thank you. And that is the second, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
No.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
No.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor and 2 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. This will be heard once again, November 30th, 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-064, Santos Ornelas. Special use permit to operate a drinking establishment with live entertainment at 5235 State Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ornelius. Are you in the audience or online?
Ornelas.
Yes, Ornelas, please give us your name and address and tell us about your project here.
Yeah, my name is Santos Ornelas. I live at 7931 Hall Street, Lenexa, Kansas, 66219. What was the other question again?
And what are you wanting to do here at 5235 State Avenue?
Yeah, it's a drinking establishment.
You're going to have live entertainment there also?
Yes.
What type of live entertainment and how often?
Well, as of right now, the plan is Friday and Saturday from 9 p.m. till 1 or 1:30 p.m. the latest.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
Nope.
All right. Any questions for the commission, from the commission?
One. This
Yes,
is Commissioner Isles. Would all this happen inside the building?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you. We'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please raise your hand or come to the microphone.
I see no one in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right, no one online, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a live entertainment and drinking establishment. Excuse me. You all may recall this site. It was the site of a former special use permit application for a car audio installation that eventually was withdrawn. They're now looking to, since changed hands, and the new applicant is looking to transform it into a drinking establishment accordingly. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area, sort of in the, or comprehensive plan in the Midtown area. Excuse me. Staff received a letter in support. We received no letters in opposition. There's some old notices of violation, some of which would be addressed by the redevelopment of the site. Others had already been rectified. Staff recommends approval for 2 years with conditions. I would just note two things actually. There was an error in the staff report. Our standard condition for approval terms for an SUP was not included. So by motion, I'd like to include that standard condition. Again, we're recommending 2 years if the planning commission sees fit. And additionally, I would just note, as per the applicant provided to us, we have a live entertainment ceasing at midnight and the bar ending at midnight. So if we wanted to change that condition of approval, we should probably ask the applicant accordingly.
Say that again.
Right now, the conditions of approval say it'll be open from Sunday to Thursday, 4 p.m. to midnight, and Friday and Saturday from noon to midnight. Live entertainment shall cease operation by midnight on all days. So the applicant just provided information that was counter to that or contrary to that. So if they wanted to amend that application, they should bring that up today.
If the applicant does.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I would like to, Mr. Tim, to answer that question for me. It's part of my team, if that's okay with you.
Who is this, please?
Mr. Hand, we'd have to do is Timothy Keelman, 7823 Stover Lane, Kansas City, Kansas. So we would have to ask for a special permit to operate like on Friday and Saturday nights till 1 o'clock. Would that be correct?
No, what I'm saying is if you want to change your hours of operation, you should do it now.
Okay, yes. Friday and Saturday nights, we'd like to operate till 1. The rest of the week's days, we would accommodate that at 12 o'clock.
And live entertainment till 1 as well?
Pardon, sir?
Would you like live entertainment till 1 a.m. as well?
Live entertainment till 1 o'clock only on Fridays and Saturdays, if that's permissible, and not hold us up.
Again, we only put that hours of operation based on a question we made to the applicant. I think typically we stop live entertainment at midnight. This is a fairly secluded location. I defer to the wisdom of the planning commission.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Armstrong.
I move to approve SP 2023-064 with to include the standard condition by staff and to amend the hours to operate on Fridays and Saturdays until 1 a.m. for both the establishment and the live entertainment portion.
All right, thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Armstrong to approve with the added stipulation to increase the hours until 1 o'clock for live entertainment and the bar establishment on Friday nights and Saturday nights only, correct? Commissioner Armstrong? All right, thank you. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
excuse me, Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 2 years, subject to the added condition from Director Hand and amending condition 1 that the hours of operation will be on Friday through Saturday from 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. and amending number 2, that live entertainment shall cease operation by 12 midnight, Sunday through Thursday, and 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. It
And that
passes 8 in
passes.
favor and none opposed.
All
I got
right.
lost. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. I was wondering if you were coming back around. Thank you. It was that sneeze threw you off. All right. Thank you. So this will be heard once again, Mr. Ornelas, November 30th, 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Our next application is Special Use Permit SP 2023-066. Megan Duma with MD Rental Homes LLC. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 408 Sandusky Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Duma, you are queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead, give us your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do here.
Good evening. My name is Megan Duma. My address is 4520 West 65th Street, Prairie Village, Kansas. And I would like to operate a short-term rental at this location. And I have a presentation that Mr. Hand has ready to queue up for you guys.
Okay.
Okay, so I think it's helpful to just get a timeline. There is something incorrect in the city staff's report that I have ever operated this without a permit. I have never operated this without a permit. If you can see on the timeline here, I purchased the property on June 7th of 2019 and spent a considerable amount of money renovating it to be a short-term rental. In November of 2019, I applied and got my first short-term rental permit. Now, in short-term rental land, November, December, January, February are incredibly slow months. So I didn't have very many short-term renters during that time period because I didn't have reviews in order to garner a lot of bookings. And then, unlucky for me, COVID hit. And at that point, I transitioned this property into a long-term rental. And I had the same tenants who were a group of 3 friends for over almost 2.5 years. They moved out in November of 2022, and there were some issues with the property that we had to take care of, whether we went long-term or short-term. And we completely redid the plumbing. We redid all of the mechanicals in the HVAC, new furnace, new air conditioner, new water heater. Again, spent a considerable amount of money improving the property. And then from that period on, I was considering just doing 30-day plus rentals. And I have my calendar from Airbnb to show you all exactly what has happened, so you don't have any doubts. And that's what should be required, because that shows what the bookings are actually like. In August of this year, I applied for this short-term rental permit, which will be my second permit, but I never violated the law after I knew it was the law. And so the reason that I wasn't on last month was because I had to get an agreement with Mike Schmelty, who owns the business zone lot right next to mine. And so I can park cars, or I have one car park spot there. But Mike really doesn't care if we have 2 there or whatever, because it's just a vacant car park. And so that brings us to today. Next slide, please, Mr. Hand. Okay, so these are just some before photos to show you what the property looked like when I purchased it in June 2019. And the next slide, please. More before photos. And then these are the after photos. We completely redid the kitchen, put in a new wall, put in duct work so we could vent an oven appropriately, painted new, you just kind of, a lot of this, it looks cosmetic, but we did spend a ton of money on all the system work that I talked about. Next slide, please. And we spent a lot of work on this hardscaping back here in the backyard. This property's beautiful because it overlooks the downtown skyline across the river. It also is if we're going to have one short-term rental on a block, it's a really good option because I have, as you can see, that white house to the right. I have a letter in support of me being a short-term rental from that person. And to the left, that's Mike Schmelty, who leases me the car park spot for my short-term rental people. So, and he's zone business. So if you're going to have one on a small block like Sandusky, this is a perfect property to be the one short-term rental. Next slide, please. This is where I'm showing you, so I had no bookings in, so we didn't finish the renovations that I was talking about until late March of 2023. And so all of my bookings have been long-term 30-day plus bookings. I have not operated a short-term rental illegally. Next slide, please. And this is just to show you, because I didn't get on last month's docket, I don't have any bookings, excuse me, right now either. And I have my settings and I've had them set since we did our renovations at the turn of the year to a 30-night minimum as not to violate the UG's codes. Next slide, please. Again, great location. This is the letter to the right-hand side from Steve saying that he does support my short-term rental, that he knows how much money I put into it, that he and I are in regular communication with anything that's happening on the block, and that he has, he only wants one short-term rental, but it's going to be mine, hopefully. Next slide, please. And then this is just a parcel viewer, excuse me, sorry, shot of where my property is. And then you can see the other two properties there are zone business. And so I think this is a really good model for short-term rentals, that it's not 100% residential because you have people going more often, but it's also not 100% business because their people are actually staying there and it's to reside while they're there. So again, just showing the location, that it's a good location for a short-term rental. Next slide, please. I have specifically said, you can look at the additional rules, parking. You may park on the lot next to the home. Please avoid parking on the street and leave that available for neighbors. This is something that's in my rules already, ever since Mike gave me the parking spot. And I think using Mike's lot is a better option for the house and for making sure that there's no parking concerns or issues for my property. Next slide, please. This is Mike and I's lease, very informal, but it is what it is. And then I filed it with the county, so it's part of the county record, so anyone knows that I do have those rights. Next slide, please. And just in conclusion, and to answer some questions that I anticipate, we do allow pets. I review what the pet requests are and make sure that they're not too big. I make sure, I was in front of you guys a month ago and then went to the city, sorry, went to the thank you. And they just wanted to make sure that all of my guests know that they have to abide by leash laws and things like that. And I'm adding that to all my listings rules with respect to pets. And I don't remember other questions, but I'm sure you guys will ask them. I just, one more thing I wanted to add. A month ago, I was not heard until 12:45 in the morning, and I did not get to respond to another short-term rental opposition that came very late at night. And I just want to let you guys know that I responded to all of those allegations that were mostly inaccurate before the city commissioners, and they voted 8-0 in favor of my application on Esplanade Lane after actually reviewing the evidence. And I apologize for not being prepared for you all. So that's why I am tonight. I understand. I'm going to wrap it up so we can move on.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? from the commission? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come to the podium. Anyone in the chamber, Gunner?
See nobody in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right, seeing nothing online, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a short-term rental, non-owner occupied. This is in the central area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. There are no notices of violation on the property. Staff recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, including a maximum of 6 people, 2 cars off street, and that they maintain the parking agreement so they can continue to park off street in the abutting parking lot.
All right, questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion. Commissioner Strauss.
I move to approve SP 2023-066 according to staff stipulations for 1 year with all the parking and accommodations that have already been made and stated.
All right, thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Strauss. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Miller, Mueller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
I'm abstaining.
Okay.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit passes 7 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. Ms. Duma, this will be heard once again, November 30th, 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Carson.
Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit application SP 2023-07 Brad Huss, special use permit to operate a short-term rental cabin retreat with Alpaca Farm at 2914 South 74th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to properties owners. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
sorry, Commissioner Ernst, did you have a comment?
I was contacted by Mr. Phil Lopez. He objected to the project and wanted to know how to file an objection, and Janet probably has an email from him.
All
I
right,
do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Janet.
And I will go ahead and read it into the record now, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Frankly, I am perplexed as to how this project even made it this far in the review process. It blatantly violates numerous existing zoning rules, which is a matter of significant concern. Furthermore, I must stress that this project does not contribute to the betterment of my district. Having thoroughly reviewed the details, it's clear that the project would be more appropriately situated outside the city limits, where it would align better with the zoning requirements and the overall development vision of the area. Most importantly, I want to voice the strong opposition of my constituents. They have expressed clear disapproval of this project, and it is my duty to represent their interest and concerns in this matter. I trust that the board will take these points into serious consideration when making a decision. Sincerely, Phil Lopez, Wyandotte County 6th District Elect.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Janet?
No, that's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Huss, are you at the podium?
I am.
All right, please go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about this project.
My name is Brad Hoos. I'm with NSPJ Architects. We are located at 3515 West 75th Street. I'm here on behalf of Relentless Development LLC. The property itself is located at 2914 South 74th Street. The property is just over 31 acres and currently zoned ag. We're obviously not wanting to rezone it, but apply a special use permit for the inclusion of cabins and a potential alpaca farm in the future on the property. In total, the project would only include up to 17 total cabins. Phase one, we're anticipating maybe 4 cabins to start with. That is based on the 4 kind of architectural styles that we've created for the project. The owner would like to build one of each initially to kind of get a sense of which are the most popular, so that in future phases, they know which ones to build more of. Also included in phase one is a barn structure for some ongoing maintenance support, and it helps support the potential future livestock of the alpaca in the future. There are 4 different architectural styles, as I mentioned. However, they all have 1 bed, 1 bath, a kitchenette area, and some seating areas. So they're not intended to host large groups or large parties. We did see that in the staff report. They have a stipulation for 3 occupants. I guess a point of clarification, do they mean 3 total occupants or like 3 adults? So maybe a family of 4, 2 adults and 2 kids could still stay at a facility like this. That is one thing that we did talk about with the neighbors, is they had the same question: how many people? We indicated that there'd be 2 to maybe up to 4 in a unit, depending on the family size. There are other aspects to the design, like outdoor decks. The cabins themselves are intended to be elevated, either in like a treehouse format or just using the site's natural topography, but the intent is to kind of get them up off the ground. We will accommodate persons with disabilities as appropriate, but the idea is to kind of get up and take advantage of some of the views in the area. But in doing so, we would create kind of below the living quarters an enclosure for all the utilities, and it would also act as the storm refuge for the users of the site. So each cabin would have a storm refuge just directly connected to it. The intent, as I mentioned, is not to have large groups, large gatherings, and large parties. It's to have an experience that's secluded, away from the hectic city life, but still well enough connected that users would have access to nearby entertainment, necessities, and things like that. So that's the overall intention, is to have cabins that are kind of in a pastoral setting and not a party facility. So that's the project in a nutshell. There's a couple other things of note that we would like to address. Is first of all, the use of the term campgrounds, I think, was in the initial staff report. We did end up meeting with the neighbors on kind of an unofficial capacity on September 25th. I'll come back to that in a second. And they had some concern with the use of the term campground, thinking that it meant tents and RVs and stuff like that. We agree. We did not want it to be a campground in that capacity. So we did reach out to the city on September 26th. We received a reply back that said that they would not be removing that terminology. So we went into our next neighborhood meeting, kind of more the official one, on October 23rd. And we told the neighbors exactly that we were told that the terminology would still be applied. However, since that time on November 3rd, we received confirmation from city staff that terminology would be removed because it's not really fitting of what we're trying to do. So we appreciate staff's accommodation for that. On the neighborhood meetings, we had scheduled one, like I had mentioned, for September 25th. It was in the afternoon at 2 p.m. And there was some concern for the time frame in which the neighborhood meeting would be held. So we were notified the day before, on Sunday, September 24th, from staff that we would be postponed until tonight's meeting. So because we didn't have the ability to notify all the neighbors that the meeting was going to be moved, that we went ahead and met with them kind of on a more informal basis, if you will, but we still conducted the meeting and sent some notes to staff following the meeting. And then on October 23rd, we had a second meeting, which is more the meeting of record, if you will. So we held the meeting with neighbors again, and provided staff with all the support material for that. So more notes of the meeting, and then also the sign-in sheet. So some other things that were in the staff report that are kind of ongoing, rules for the establishment. This will be short-term rentals, so it'll follow a lot of the same guidelines and have rules and things like that will be established. There'll be documentation sent to renters. It'll be, there'll be rules that, like I said, no tents or no camping, no loud music, no large parties, things like that. Some of the ones that are aligned with the staff's comments, only 3 guests per cabin. Again, we were concerned with just the 3 because of a family of 4 might not be able to stay there. And then one of the other questions that came up during the neighborhood meeting, it's also included in the staff report, is a limit of 2 vehicles per cabin. So we've provided that. Even if it's 1 vehicle, that kind of gives you some elbow room to get in and out and unload your goods. And another stipulation of staff report, there shall be no large scale or other formal events hosted on the property. We agree that's not what we're after. There are already, and there will continue to be, security cameras on the site. Access to and through the site will be on paved road. We are working with a civil engineer on this project, and it will accommodate emergency services such as fire trucks, both for turn lanes and their loads. There will be fire hydrants and things like that. The cabins will be positioned so that hose reach ranges are achieved and everything. We're in our very preliminary stages with this, but we are already paying attention to things like that. We did ask about the sewer system and if septic would be a possibility, and we were guided in the direction of actually hardlining it all, because there is a force main over on 74th Street, and that's the direction that we've taken, and it will require a lift station be provided. It'll be built and maintained privately by the owner. It is not a public station of any kind. So we're, again, guided towards using the underground system, the pipe system. Some of the other neighborhood concerns are traffic. Heard that loud and clear. We don't disagree that the road itself has some safety concerns. I think the owner has actually reached out to the government at times to inquire about some additional signage. I don't have details on that. Another one is traffic volume from just a higher capacity use. There is that is addressed in the staff report that says that the South 74th Street does have the capacity to handle whatever traffic, additional traffic this would generate. And it does indicate specifically that engineering staff determined that the potential increase in traffic does not necessitate a traffic impact study to be performed. One of the other things that came up was taxes. Some of the neighbors noted that they've already experienced some recent tax hikes, and they were concerned that the increase in property value may increase their taxes. Others welcome the idea of an increased property value from improvements in the area like this. There was 1 or 2 notes about some potential flooding that may have occurred on the property at some time in the past. But there are no floodplains or floodways or anything like that. Even if there were, the only thing kind of in the lower area of the property would be the barn facility. All the cabins are either up on the hillsides or, like I said, at a minimum elevated in some way. So that is not a concern of ours. And there was some conversation about the dam. There's a pond on the site, and there is a dam that kind of creates that pond. Since then, the owner has been in contact with the Kansas Department of Agriculture Dam Division, and they are currently doing an assessment of the dam. We don't have results of that right now, but it is currently underway. So with that, we'll open it up to any questions, or if any of my colleagues has anything to add.
All right. Did your colleagues have anything to add, or are we moving on to questions?
I think we're good. I think we're good.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission members?
Commissioner Beth, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Beth.
How are these going to be elevated? How are the?
Right, so it'll be, up on posts, stilts essentially, and then you'll have stairs, or we'll use the natural grade of the land to kind of make more of like a walkout basement style. So one side might be at grade and you walk in there, and as it rolls down the hill, the floor stays level and the hill falls away. So then you have a big deck on the back side that would make it feel more elevated, even though you've kind of entered in on the ground level.
So are they going to be open underneath?
Yes. Yes, other than what it takes to support it.
So they would just be built on posts essentially?
Essentially, yeah. But like I said, there'd be a concrete enclosure for utilities and pipes and stuff like that that have to come up now, that because it is going to be running water and all that.
So these are permanent structures?
Yes.
What's this? I couldn't read the the plans because they were so blurry on the packet we got. What's the square footage of these?
I don't have that off the top of my head. 650 square feet, something like that, I think. 6 to 650.
They will all be the same?
They're all different.
Same
We have
square footage?
there's, I mean, within a reasonable amount, I think, maybe one goes down to 500 and some, but no, overall area 634. They do have different floor plans, so they range a little bit.
And I didn't see plans for the barn on there.
That is,
And that's in phase one, you said?
that would be our goal. So we don't have that design, because that'll be more of a design build, probably like a metal building tilt up style that they're working with another design build company to create.
And what's the road going to be through there?
It'll be paved.
The entire thing will be paved?
That's the intent.
Parking areas?
Parking areas as well. Again, there's only two spaces per cabin structure.
Okay, I remembered when it was rezoned to agriculture for a bee farm. Do we have a bee farm?
That's not ever been addressed with this team that I'm aware of. Different property. Okay.
Any other questions, Commissioner Beth?
Okay, that's it.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ernst?
You mentioned in the middle of your proceedings that we're early in the process of things, and I guess I just want to make it clear that to us, we're really deep into it. How will they be rented? You describe it as short-term rental. Is it an Airbnb type thing?
Effectively the same, yeah. And
You'll-
if you'd like further information on kind of the business structure of the owner is here.
Well, I was just
But-
curious
but-
about how they would be rented. This is extremely unusual, and you're actually building small houses to operate on that basis?
Correct.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Other questions from the commission? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition?
I actually had one question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Isles.
Neighborhood meeting minutes. I didn't see the October. Did you actually have 2 neighborhood meetings?
Yes.
I didn't.
All that information was sent to staff.
I'll keep looking.
No. The minutes were not in the packet.
That's the one you brought to the attention, correct, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, yes, sir.
Did we locate those, or were they not forwarded, Janet or Gunner?
Yes, I forwarded them this morning to all of the
Yep.
members that were going to be present tonight.
That's right. Thank you.
Yep, sorry, they're just in a different spot.
All right. Thank you. All right. Anything else from commission members? All right, we're going to go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in in favor, please come forward or raise your hand.
He's asking for in favor.
Okay, anyone opposed to this, please come forward or raise your hand.
We got a lot of hands. Keep them up real quick.
Anyone want to actually speak, or are we doing a head count?
Hold on. I'm reading 38 opposed currently. And then we can open it up at your discretion, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone in the audience in the chambers wish to speak?
Yeah, everybody, but again, I think if we're saying the same comments, we're not doing anybody any favors.
I don't
So
need
if we can
38
keep them
people
concise,
to come
that
up
would
to
be
the
much
microphone and tell
appreciated.
me they're
So if
opposed.
you
I
have
just,
someone who can speak for you, that would be helpful. We've noted 38 people here in opposition.
go ahead, please, your name and address.
Yes, that's fine. Once if you keep saying the same thing, he's going to stop you.
My name is, excuse me. Ken Cusack. I own the property at 2909 South 74th Street, which is directly across the street from the property that's being developed. My property sits about 50 feet in height above, down on a hill, and down to street level, and then it's got about a 20-foot drop down further onto where the development is proposed. So in essence, I have a full view of the entire Caw Valley, as well as the property here that's going to be developed. I will just mention that of the 11 properties that are within 200 feet of the development, 7 of those property owners have indicated their opposition to this development. And we do have a petition that we are signing and will submit tomorrow if necessary, if it is voted through. I just want to speak very briefly about the zoning. It's the community's position that this is totally inappropriate for the community. And I can speak to that directly because I'm retired and I'm building my retirement home in this location. And the reason I chose it was because of the bucolic nature of the neighborhood. It's quiet, except for the traffic during the day, and serene single-family homes and agricultural use. The proposal to put these 17 cabins on 31 acres actually is, I believe, more of an attempt under a special use permit, more of an attempt to build a hotel cabin like facility and throw in a little agriculture, make it a little bit different. Because special use permits do require that only a certain percentage of the units on each parcel be allocated to special use. They also highly recommend that these property be owner occupied. And it is restricted to 25% of the units on the property. As of right now, this property is not going to be owner occupied. It's not even going to have a management office there. It's going to be solely these 17 cabins by themselves with essentially no management supervision. That is not the intent of special use for short-term properties. And it states very clearly in the ordinance and the zoning that temporary and transient facilities in our type of community are not beneficial to developing the cohesion of the community because people have no investment in the community, obviously. They come, they stay, they do what they want to do, and then they leave. There are no other properties nearby at all. And it's already been mentioned that this is a type of facility that would be better used in a facility somewhere near Legends or somewhere, closer into Kansas City where they can get to all of the recreational facilities and sports facilities, shopping and whatnot, because there is none out there. This is kind of a little wilderness in the middle of Kansas City, and that's why we like it.
Sir, excuse me, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, I'm sorry. So what I would like to do is turn it over to the some of the other residents here who would like to speak, and they are going to go down point by point all of the criteria that the commission has uses to consider for approval that the staff recommended approval for, and address each issue in turn. And hopefully we can convince the board that this is not a wise development for this
Sir,
area.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Okay. We have the next speaker, please.
Good evening. I appreciate your time. I'm Matt May. I live at 2730 South 74th Street. You'll recognize the address relative to this property is very close. Gunnar, would it be possible to put that map up? The one you had that showed the pretty well zoomed in detail. I just want to give you a reference point. One of the concerns I have, and I know there's plenty of people and they're going to talk to other concerns. Mine is a traffic issue and it's a safety issue. It's a very narrow street. From time to time, I take a dually truck up there, and if there are two of us passing, somebody's got to give, and there's no place to go to. So if you can pull down just a little bit so that there's more to the north. Okay, thank you. So at the top edge of the property line, what you don't see in this S curve there is that it's completely blind both directions. There's a lot of elevation lift going either way. You cannot see oncoming traffic in that curve. And if this is going to bring more and more traffic into that area, the risk of head-on collision in there is going to be increased significantly. There is no place to go. It's a bluff on one side and a sheer drop on the other. So there's no avoiding it. If you come across somebody who has decided they're going to cut the corner a little bit, or they're in a longer vehicle, they cannot stay in their lane. So that's just one consideration. I would ask, possibly the commissioners could table this a little bit longer and drive it themselves, and you will see what I'm talking about. This flat map does not represent the issue that I'm talking to. And I will offer my time to someone else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else?
My name is Christopher Hanlon. I live at 3000 South 74th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. I live there with my wife and children for the last 10 years. I've been a resident of Wyandotte County for 20 years. My family and I are extremely vested in this community. I would like to address the following concerns. Under the factors to be considered B, the questions asked, does this project increase the amount of traffic? I believe we've already touched on that. Under factors to be considered D, whether the proposed use is reasonably necessary for the convenience welfare of the public and will not substantially or permanently injure the appropriate use, visible quality, or marketability of adjoining property. I'm not against development as long as it does not decrease the marketability and value of my property. Gunnar, can you put the map up there, please, of the parcel? If you had a choice, would you buy a home surrounded by a VRBO cabin / campground? It is undeniable that this project will decrease my and my neighbor's property value. Factors to be considered E. Where do the noise, vibration, dust, or illumination would normally associate with such use and duration and intensity as to create problems for nearby property? Visitors who choose to stay at VRBO locations are typically looking for a party atmosphere and are on vacation. Along that comes with loud noise and music at all hours of the day and night. Factors to be considered I, the relative gain to public health, safety, morals, and welfare, as compared to the hardships imposed upon the individual landowner or landowners. There will be little to no public gain for health or safety or welfare. This plan would do the opposite. By running a commercial business on ag property, this would reduce the tax paid to our local schools and public services, also allowing the development to skirt more stringent hotel regulations. Under factors to be considered J, the applicant's ability to maintain the use in as proposed condition. There is a pattern of not following through on this property with proposed use. As of 2020, when the property was zoned ag, there has been no agricultural activity on this property to this day. Under factors to consider L, in general, commercial and industrial special use permits should not be granted adjacent to residential districts. If you look at this proposed project, it is undoubtedly a commercial operation, no doubt. What this boils down to is this is a commercial development disguised as a special use permit. This needs to be zoned commercial for the protection of our zoning laws moving forward to protect the adjoining property owners as well. And then lastly, I'm concerned for my children. If you look here on the parcel map, that is my house, bottom right. My son has, he's 10 years old. I got a 13-year-old daughter. He has a playhouse down here in the tree. It's about 20 foot from the property line. Who's gonna keep people away from drinking, doing drugs, profanity, nudity? They already said this was pretty much unmanaged. During the day, they would have some management, but nothing at night. So who's going to enforce that? They recommended at the neighborhood meeting that we could call the cops. That was their suggestion for managing their property, that they were going to leave it to our local police department. And these guys aren't from Wyandotte County, so I don't expect them to know. We are 50 officers short in Wyandotte County and approaching bankruptcy. We just can't afford to manage a private entity, commercial business, and help them out with their management. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Laura Christensen. Catherine Kelly and I co-own Two Birds Farm at 2931 South 78th Street. The property under consideration is our direct neighbor to the east, sharing our entire eastern property line. Plans of Mr. Kemna and Mr. Hoos call for cabins to be built as close as 50 feet from this property line. In the staff report, our property land use is listed as vacant residential. While we realize planning staff may have limited categories to reference, we object to planning staff's description of the land use of our property as vacant. It is anything but. We purchased this property in 2016. We applied for and were granted agricultural zoning and have developed a farm business that includes vegetable production and sales, meat goats, and a U-pick strawberry operation. Our farm is our primary source of income and our largest investment. We have between us more than 45 years of experience in Wyandotte County vegetable farming, and our farm is the culmination of that. We chose this site because of the unique character of this neighborhood. Our neighbors understand and appreciate agriculture and have supported our farm. They've communicated well with us, cooperated in fence and boundary maintenance, and made us feel welcome and secure. We are grateful to be in such a stable and supportive neighborhood. Ideally, I would be here supporting a neighbor's plans for development. I would love to do that, to pay that back. However, we are strongly opposed to the special use permit and of the proposed development project it would allow. Board's going to hear from several neighbors who oppose. We support those neighbors and we share many of their concerns, but I want to talk about how it would affect our farm. As mentioned, I believe this is basically a hotel, and over the course of a year, it could put a couple of hundred people in contact with our property line and potentially with our property. They would be there day and night. Our working farm includes animals, crops, equipment, and buildings that are vital to our operation. It includes electric fencing that can pack a jolt or can be compromised and result in escaped livestock. We work hard to cooperate with our existing neighbors, but we have no desire or ability to establish relationships with hundreds of transient residents to ensure their safety and the safety of our farm. We are deeply concerned about the potential of trespassing. Neither Mr. Hoos nor Mr. Kemna live on site or in the neighborhood. Mr. Kemna has repeatedly said there are no plans to have security or management personnel on site overnight. Despite reassurances that there will be no parties, no sensible person can believe that a couple hundred vacationers over the course of a year will not include at least some problems. They may have a lovely idea of a peaceful, problem-free business, but those don't exist. And they've given the neighbors no reason to think they will work with them or be accountable for problems that arise. During the informational meeting, as mentioned, Mr. Hoos generously invited us to call the police if there were trespassers or partiers. And that places the burden of security and safety not on themselves, but on the neighbors and on the police. If this project, if completed, would require us to manage our farm differently. It would increase our liability, possibly restrict where we could safely graze livestock or grow crops, require additional signage and different fencing. It would leave us with more anxiety, less money, less security, and serious concerns about whether our farm needs would be prioritized equally with those of short-term renters or the charmingly named Relentless Development Corporation. This commercial development, however it is marketed, is not compatible with nor accountable to our farm, the safe and stable neighborhoods surrounding it, or the agricultural zoning that Mr. Kemna was recently granted.
Excuse me, ma'am, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. We ask the commission to deny the special use permit and for the development of this project.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Barton. I live at 7243 Forest Drive. I would like to thank the City Planning Commission for their time this evening. Several members of our community and I are in strong opposition of this proposed use for the development of this land due to the impacts it could have on current infrastructure. The special use permit for the special use permit of the urban planning and land use in section 27-253 under application requirements. B, technical studies, the director or the director's designate may require applicants to prepare additional technical studies in support of applications for rezoning, planned zoning, or special use permit. Examples of these studies are traffic that has been explained, environmental impact, economic impact, engineering, or flood. We are waiting for impact results of the inspection done by the Kansas Department of Agriculture conducted on the Class C high hazard dam located on the property at South 74th Street in question. This was not asked by the property owner. This was asked by a property owner within 200 feet. And we just want to make that clear that this impact that could affect our community was not brought forth in a community meeting, in our community in the meeting that they had with the community, that we have asked for this study to be done ourselves. This also brings to question, has the Class C dam been inspected every 3 years as required by the Kansas Department of Agriculture? And I have their hazard classification for their Class C high hazard with me, if anybody would like to see a copy of that and what the impacts of that could be.
Ms. Barton, Ms. Barton, is the dam on the subject property?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And tactical studies we know are crucial to the safety of our community, right? Especially when the environmental impact of a flood caused by a Class C dam break could potentially, and I'm quoting from this, could potentially cause extensive loss of life and property damage to neighbors in our community. Section 27-254 of the application requirements, as part of the public meeting content, the business also describe projected impacts of development and describe plans to mitigate or offset impacts. These, again, were not given to the community in these public meetings that were held. Technical studies are described in section 27-253, are a crucial part of this land use process, yet it does not seem studies were required by the director or the director's designee. And that leads to 5 questions that I have that I'll ask at the end. The issues of this newly designed business concept, campground / short-term rental / cabin retreat may not be fully known due to its uniqueness, but the impact of other very similarly worded business ideas can be seen in other communities, like Shawnee, who has banned short-term rentals, and across state lines where Kansas City, Missouri has heavily restricted these quite similarly worded business ventures. The difference being the business concept has to be built from the ground up, yet it shares the very same purpose as those business ideas that previously failed several times before it. We as a community of Morris agree with the security concerns the property owners within 200 feet have addressed. We are asking for this business concept at South 74th Street not be recommended, especially when the community members are waiting on results of this crucial dam inspection done on a Class C high hazard dam located on the property. Due to the unknown conditions of this dam, the community members of Morris and property owners within 200 feet of this property described are in strong opposition this business concept in our community. Some of those questions that I have that I'd like answers to, if I could ask those now, are why were these tactical studies not done?
Ma'am, excuse me, you have 1 minute left.
Okay. Why were tactical studies not required? When should business ideas not well suited for the land end? How does this business harmonize and keep the surroundings or other aspects of the land? Why were signs that govern this proposal not posted as stipulated in the short-term rental application / zone sign requirement guidelines? And when the signs that govern the roads do not permit heavy truck traffic on them, should we not realize that there could quite possibly be a significant impact to current infrastructure? And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kate Halber. I live at 4708 Mullen Road, which is just up the road. We live at the crest of the hill from this site. I pass the site frequently going into work. And I will just start by saying that from our perspective, this road is virtually impassable in the winter. It's very steep. We have a lot of traffic on this road with road hopping or hill hopping, I guess is what you'd say. There are accidents. I think everybody on this road probably would say at some point they've had a near collision with somebody speeding down this road. Truck traffic has found its way up through from Holiday Drive up through here as a shortcut. That being said, the real purpose for my speaking to this is that I was very baffled when I heard that this development was going in or was being applied to go in because in looking at the nature of the short-term rental ordinance that was passed last June by the government, that this does not meet the requirements. And I think that it's very important to look at the ordinance from the perspective of what was it really trying to do. And I think if you go to the ordinance and you look at what the recitals are, that those reflect the intent of the short-term rental. And those recitals in the ordinance include the benefit of rehabilitating housing stock while existing residents continue to live within their homes. Another recital in the ordinance was giving priority to owner-occupied short-term rentals. Again, this does not meet that. Another is a recognition that having numerous short-term rentals will not create social connections and neighborship or foster neighborhood ownership in the same manner that long-term rentals will foster. And lastly, that they feel that having an abundance of these short-term rentals affects the character of the neighborhood because it becomes more transient in nature. So in looking at this, and you look at the ordinance itself, Section 27593 obviously permits short-term rentals. There are 3 sections. One is accessory use. Clearly, these are not accessory uses. The second one is if there is an administrative special use permits are subject to administrative review. They don't meet the criteria for that section. Lastly, you go to subsection C of 27.623, which relates to short-term rental subject to special use permits, which I have to assume this is where this is coming in. The fact is that those provisions under subsection C impose density requirements, and they very specifically state that on-site densities for primary buildings, the maximum number of allowed short-term rentals per parcel is for a building with one dwelling unit, no more than one short-term rental unit is allowed on that parcel. And so I think there is very difficult to line up how 17 cabins really are intended or in any way meet the requirements of this ordinance. I think two other short notes to make is that the term short-term dwelling or short-term rental is defined within the ordinance as the leasing of a dwelling unit. And here's what I think is very critical, is that a dwelling is specifically defined in 27.340 to mean a building or portion of a building intended for occupancy for residential purposes, but does not include hotels or motels. And I think this is the critical part of this, that if this were to come in as a development within this area, it really ought to be subject to, as has been said here, a rezoning for commercial use for motel or hotel. A rezoning brings with it the safeguards that are critical for putting something in of a commercial nature, which this is, within a very clearly agricultural or residential area. And we have lived in this area for 34 years, and this is a use, whether you live on Mullen or on 74th Street, we all respect the fact that this is a very residential area. It has a special character, north and south, and that.
Ma'am, excuse me, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. It's really important to continue to preserve that and not to permit something that comes in really under a special use permit that doesn't belong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ken Brewstead, 7165 Gibbs Road. I just have one question. And let's say we approve this and they're built their nice cabins and things. In 4 or 2 years, what's to stop them from going to long-term rentals? What's to say that they couldn't say, well, this March, we don't have bookings, so we're going to take somebody for 30 days or 60 days and turn this into regular rentals? Would you make them rip their cabins down because they violated the short term? Do you have the power to do that? Because once they're built there, how do we unbuild them if they decide that this is not a good thing to do? You know, if the business model doesn't work, you've got these buildings in the woods and they're going to rent them to someone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Dieterding, 2629 South 72nd Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm going to speak to this just in a little bit of a different way. I honestly didn't even know I was going to be here tonight until I kind of heard about this just today. We have lived at this address for 32 years. That's how long my dad has served on the fire department. He's now retired. We had firemen help build the property that we're at. They've developed it for that 32 years because, as you said, it is an escape from the city life, with still having access to entertainment, which is why we chose it. It is why so many people choose it. The property that Mr. Hanlon refers to was originally owned by another fireman who also is now retired. We helped build that house. We helped develop those woods. We helped get that pond ready. It is where I learned to ride my bike. It is where my kids learned to ride their bike. It is where I hope my grandkids learn to ride their bike. That is where I caught my first bass when I was 12 years old. Where my son caught his first fish. This is a residential area, but it is families, it is people who live there. This is why we moved there. It's the closest thing you can get to Mayberry without any other way to describe it. This will completely change that. And as everybody has said, the road is not safe for any of this kind of thing. I'm not going to repeat that because everybody said it, but I just wanted to point that out as well. But these are families that are building these homes for generations. The homes that are built there were built by their hands. They're not families that just moved into homes that were already there. They built these for their children, their grandchildren, and so on. I don't want to see that ruined, especially because my kids have grown up there. I want my grandkids to grow up here. I don't want to see it ruined. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Gunnar?
All right, took me a while to get there. I've been sitting too long. My name is Olivia Elliott. I live on 2925 South 78th Street. We share a border. On my property, we have cattle, and I'm concerned about people's safety. Oh, they'll see, oh, there's a cow. I want to go pet it. Well, cows don't like that. And they have calves, and the mothers don't like that. And then we have bulls. So what's to say some of these people see these cattle and say, oh, I'm going to go over there and see if I can pet them. That's one of our concerns. And all the others that have been mentioned also. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
If there's anybody else who wants to speak, if you don't mind coming to the front row. I know how many are left, please.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Lloyd. I live at 3155 Bear Lane, Kansas City, Kansas. As one of the previous speakers said, the majority of the people around there have been there for decades, if not generations. My family has had the land that I am on for 80 years now. I am third generation living on it, and I have fourth and fifth generation coming up on the land as well. This model that he's presenting does not fit into what we have in our community right now. I oppose it greatly for all the reasons that have already been mentioned and many more. It doesn't fit.
All right, thank you. What I have now is with regard to opposition is traffic, road conditions, the dam, the character of the neighborhood, supervision of the property, and converting to a long-term rental at some point. Is there anybody that has something that has not been discussed on those topics? Yes.
Hi, my name is Burma Mealer, 2806 South 73rd Street. Thank you. This company also has acreage at 60th and Parallel, which they were quite shocked to know that we had found that out. So we don't know what they have planned for that. We don't really know what they have planned for this. They've been making promises they cannot possibly keep if they don't have 24/7 surveillance. My main concern is this is right next to Johnson County and Wyandotte County main water plant and source. And the reservoirs are not too far on up the road. With transient people, with the situation of our nation and terrorism or whatever, maybe you think I'm out there. No, I'm just a realist. And I don't think it's a good idea. They'd have to have some kind of security, and the water plant would have to beef up security. Also, they talked about paddleboarding on the pond. If there's no supervision, how many people will drown? Or children? And they've already said they'll only be there 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. Well, most people will rent on the weekend. Security cameras, great. So they can't promise who's they're renting to. They won't have a good vetting system. It'll be online. Who knows what's going to happen? As far as the alpacas, we have cougars, mountain lions, coyotes, you name it. Unless they're in a very protected area, they're not going to last long. It'll draw more flies, mosquitoes, fruit flies, and more pests like our coons, possums, groundhogs, and squirrels with all the trash that they'll have. We have not had one real presentation with pictures of what this is supposed to end up being. They had a pencil drawn cabin sitting in someone's lap. They held it up. This is not a business plan. This is a get rich quick scheme, and let's buy this property over here residential. We'll say we're going to put in a bee farm. Then we're going to have an orchard. Now they're going to have 6 or 7 fruit trees to tax dodge. And they're putting in commercial land. They want to have up to 17 cabins. It's 31 acres. Can you not do the math? They also said that each cabin would have a 2-acre area. Where's the pond gonna go? Where's the alpacas gonna stay? Where's the barn gonna be? Nothing adds up. This is not well planned at all. And I think, and who are they gonna hire? Are they gonna hire citizens, maybe neighborhood children to, kids, summer jobs to take care of the alpacas or to clean the places or do anything like that? And they don't have any construction company that we know of yet. So this is just a half-baked, half-hatched plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody, I know it's late. I'll keep it real short. My name is Chase Thompson. My address is 3100 South 74th. I'm directly to the south. I'm asking Gunther to zoom out on the map of the pond. The pond is not completely owned by Mr. Kenma. A portion of that pond is on our property. And since the pond is going to be kind of a tourist attraction, if you could scroll down a little bit, it would show the rest of the pond. Oh, okay. Pond continues, and so Mr. Kenna said that he's going to run, I guess, some type of fence across the pond, and I have some concerns over how that might work, and just the overall safety concerns that might have around that. And I guess that's really my main objection. And somebody who just doesn't know a lot about the process, we built a house last year. I know there are minimum square footage requirements for houses in Wyandotte County, and I know there are reasons for that. And this would fall, under the minimum square footage requirement. So I know that Wyandotte's kind of allowing these short-term rentals where every other surrounding city is kind of backing away from them. So I think that what I would ask for staff and everybody to vote is that you're not just giving this the green light for a year or two. You're allowing the construction of these huts that are basically stick frame on stilts, with no, seemingly no permanent foundation, that are outside of the, building requirements. And I just, it seems odd to me that a special use permit would allow for such project. That to me, it really seems like more of a commercial venture, that if it doesn't work out, it really seems to make the entire property somewhat useless. So, that's all I have, and I appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marcia Kent. I live at 2627 South 72nd Terrace. A lot of my issues have already been gone over this evening, but in addition, in our meeting, they went back and forth that they would allow tents on the property, even outside of the units, whereas tonight he said no. In the meeting, they said yes. My street on South 73rd is the other way to get to this property, which is going to create, there's 74th, 73rd. It's going to create a lot of extra traffic on my street as well. It took us over 30 years just to get it paved. It's very narrow, very curvy, very dangerous. And the last thing that hadn't been mentioned is, if this does fail, what happens? What's the next plan? If they're going to put in 17 units eventually at some point, they also said, well, they could make up to 22 small homes and sell it. We don't want that in our neighborhood. So we strongly oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see nobody else online or in the chamber, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. I would like the developer to come back to the microphone and address a couple of questions that were brought up by the neighbors. One, can you talk to me about the dam that's on the property and the concerns about a study or anything like that? Are you aware of anything about the dam on the property?
Just that it's currently being assessed by the state.
Okay.
It, according to the the name and address. Oh, I'm sorry, Paul Stotts, NSPJ Architects, 3515 West 75th Street.
Thank you.
According to the research from the State Ag Department, that the pond was constructed before 1955, and they are going through an evaluation on it now. So we just do not have the results back on it yet.
Okay. What about the fencing? There was discussion about fencing part of that pond over. I guess it extends onto one of the neighbors' properties. Is that correct?
Reggie Kemna, 5118 West 158th Terrace. I'm the owner of the land. So one, I did have the dam inspected whenever I first got it from a civil engineer or an engineer, private, that I paid. We also just finished meeting with the Department of Ag, and it was the same gentleman that when I was originally going to live there, we were going to put in a 5-acre lake. And because it had, the state had gave us a letter of approval to go to the Army Corps of Engineers, because in that one, the dam was lower. And in talking with him out at the property, he expected that this would end up being a low risk dam, simply because it has a lot less water than the other does. And he didn't have a big fear, but he still has to go and do his reporting.
Okay.
With the fencing, we really hadn't planned on having a fence until when across the lake, until Chase that was the gentleman that had brought up the concern about having people come over on his land through the water. And the thought is, if we need to make sure that he's protected, we're happy to do that. That way, and that would be one way in order to keep people off of his property.
Okay. Thank you. What about traffic? Did you have any type of traffic study done or anything like that? Or was that a requirement from the UG, or did the UG already have their own done?
The conversations we'd have with staff, at that point in time, they said there were none required.
Okay.
I mean, we've got, 17 units on the 31 acres. I mean, if you do the math, that's only between 50 and 60 occupants for that 31 acres.
Correct.
Also with the road, one of the concerns that everybody was talking about and we've discussed is, if we get to put the project in, if you look as you're going up, there's that corner there. We can literally take from where the bend is at the top down to here, and we could open up the sight line so that when you're coming around the corner, you could see the bottom of the hill. I've asked for several times to put a blind entrance, and the city's told me no.
All right.
That they would not do any of those signages.
Okay, and then what about, and whoever's going to speak, I need you to, whichever one of you speaks, I just need you to say your name again, but I need you to speak into the microphone, because as you keep getting further away, so does your voice, and we can't hear you. Something was brought up about tents on the property. At one meeting, you said you might allow tents being put on the property, and another meeting, you said you wouldn't allow tents being put on the property. What's that about?
Brad Hoos with NSPJ Architects again. No, we've maintained consistently that we do not anticipate or desire tents to be on the property. I'm not real sure where that came from, because we've been consistent with that.
Okay, and then as far as phasing it in, you're going to start off, you're not going to build all 17 units at one time, correct? What's the plan?
Correct.
To
This
phase
Paul
in?
Stotts. Yes, correct. We're only going to, first phase is just 4 units. And then to address the other information about the homes being on stilts, that's incorrect. There will actually be a foundation below that will house the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, so we don't have water lines freezing, that kind of stuff. And it will also act as a storm shelter, as staff has requested as well, for those tenants that are within that unit.
Okay,
So
they'll
there's
just be
nothing
elevated
to-
from the outside.
Yes, there's nothing to do that's temporary. The whole camping misdirection has been from staff.
Okay, this is not
So
a
we've been
temporary housing.
We've battled that all the way through our community discussions here.
All right, I think that pretty much sums it up. Oh, and just speak to surveillance once again. So there will be cameras monitoring what the development itself. Is that it?
Yeah, there will be cameras, and we did talk about this with the neighborhood, and there was a lot of people in the room, a lot of conversations kind of happening at the same time. And so I want to make sure that there was not a misunderstanding, is that if there are complaints about tenants or use, there is a management system in place that those complaints could go through. But there was somebody else that had mentioned the potential of illicit activity, and that's when we said that obviously calling emergency services is still always an option, but any complaints with actual use by tenants would be filtered through the management system.
All right, but these will not go through a platform like VRBO or Airbnb, in which these people typically have ratings and are, that type of thing. So a lot of times people that are utilizing these platforms are pretty careful about what they do, because otherwise they're not going to be allowed to rent in the future at other locations. This is something you're
Reggie
doing
Kemna?
internally?
Yes, no, it will go through VRBO and Airbnb and platforms like that. And there'll be rental agreements that they'll have to sign that explains that they have to stay in the boundaries and the rules of everything that they need to follow.
All right, and you're open to other restrictions in terms of like decibel meters or any type of noise, things
Absolutely.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, this time I'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. I'm going to go to Director Hannah to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we have before us a special use permit for a short-term rental cabin retreat, as I think the definition we decided on. The truth is that you can guess from the conversation is we did not write our short-term rental ordinance for a use like this. We did not anticipate a use like this for our short-term rental ordinance. So yes, the ordinance does not address this use like it should. We have added it to our report that we're going to give next May 2024 as directed by the Planning Commission after its annual review, to see if something like this should or should not be addressed in the future. But it's a bit of a mixed bag. It's also why there's been confusing, because what this looks like to us is some sort of campground. Whether a campground to you means tents or cabins or luxury dwelling units, 17 in fact, that's all here or there, right? So I think that we have also struggled to review this project accordingly. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan in the Morris neighborhood. We've received no letters of support. We've heard quite a bit of opposition tonight, received quite a bit prior to this meeting as well. There are no notices of violation on this property. Staff recommends approval. We're for 1 year with conditions. We have it at 3+2 each, 3 max per unit, 2 cars off street per unit. No events, and a final development plan would be required. If the applicant wanted to move it to 4, I would defer to the Planning Commission. Typically, we do these at 3 per bedroom, and then when you reach 2 bedrooms, we give you an extra 1 and call it 7. We're thinking 3 in a room and a couch kind of thing. So if you want to do 3 in a room and a couch for this, you could make it 4, and I think that would fit within our general protocol for maximum number of people per.
Okay. Questions for staff?
Commissioner Beth, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Since we're on uncharted territory here, Director Hand, and these are permanent structures being built and agricultural zoning, if they wanted to build a house there, what size lot would they have to build it on?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I think this is also one of staff's biggest concerns. One of the gentlemen who spoke in opposition also noted this: what happens if this project goes away, or the special use permit doesn't get renewed in 2 years, for instance? What were to happen? We would be left with X number of dwelling units on a parcel. So at ag zoning and 31-ish acres, they could have 6 dwelling units. They would have to subdivide that through a plat accordingly, which would be a public review process. If they wanted to fully build out the 17, that would definitely be a potential change of zone into potentially, again, if the short-term rental thing didn't work out, we're talking about 17 units that would fit in an R1 zone, and there's plenty of R1 zoning in this neighborhood, increasing amount of ag zoning, which is the 5-acre minimum. But currently it's a 5-acre minimum on this parcel. So I think if it were to be denied in the future after being built, there's a couple ways the UG could address this if it were to move forward as currently proposed. You could ask that owner at that time to go through the subdivision process and the rezoning process to see if it would work. You could ask them again to try to shoot for another type of special use permit. I think one of the other things that was discussed quite a bit tonight was it should be zoned commercial. I think we fully recognize that short-term rentals are a commercial use of a residential property, right? And I think it's important to understand that a special use permit is one land entitlement that you can do in the unified government regardless of the zoning. So one option would be to rezone, replat, and do a short-term rental, per block, right? The other option that the applicant is trying to pursue is this.
Yeah, that would be my question. If he built 17 of them and decided he wanted to divide it, then we would be back to, he would actually be in non-conformance of his zoning and we would have to redo everything.
That is correct. And if it were denied at that time, we would be talking about pulling out potentially, millions of dollars of infrastructure and housing.
Thank you.
All right, go to Commissioner Ernst.
This just does not sound like something we should do. As I understand the policies that we struggle with long and hard, one short-term rental block or unit per block. This would seem to run afoul of that. But that's for you to, I guess, justify, Gunner. My question is, these are really small houses. Where else in the city could we put one of these?
Is that a question to Gunner Hand?
That's a question to Gunner Hand.
All right, thank you.
Can I put one of these out by the Legends? Just put a lot by itself?
Let me just double check the square footage because I think this question was asked earlier. The applicant said around 600, if I remember correctly.
I think the smallest one was 600, between 600 and 700 square feet.
He had one in the 5s, he said.
The minimum, well, let me just say it this way. The minimum square footage for a single family zone is it's for R1, I believe it's like 740, and then for R1B, it's a little less than that. So nowhere.
Any
follow-up? Again, I don't understand.
There are plenty of single family homes smaller than that are legal non-conforming throughout the neighborhood, or throughout the community, excuse me.
And I'm thinking you probably wouldn't want us to build a whole bunch of those. Could be wrong.
Okay, Commissioner Strauss.
I don't make the decisions.
Well, I'll tell you from this commission's perspective, I would have to agree with everything everybody said. This really goes against everything we sit here month over month and toil over till 1 o'clock in the morning like it's gonna look like tonight. So I don't know how we move forward with I don't have anything. I just don't feel like this is in the intent of short-term rental and everything that we went through and struggled through. Like all the other commissioners have said, that's just my comment before we make a motion, because I'm about ready to do that too.
Okay, anything else? I'll stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Beth, I have a motion.
Commissioner Beth, go ahead.
I recommend the Kansas City Planning Commission deny SP 2023-072 based on it's not compatible with the existing area. It's not a good fit character for the neighborhood. It's permanently altering the area when it's built, and if it fails within a year of the short-term rental, then it's permanently altered the landscape and can't be reused for what it is zoned now.
How about we trim that up, Commissioner Beth? You've got a lot of narrative in your motion. Is it just not
Okay.
how about a motion to deny is not compatible with the neighborhood?
Thank you.
All right. Is that all right?
That's right.
All right. Thank you. Is there a second to that, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for denial? All right. Seeing none, roll call, please, Janet.
Miller,
Aye.
Mueller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of SP 72 as it is not compatible with the neighborhood passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
All right, everyone, this case will be heard once again on November 30th before the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m. Thank you all for your testimony and to the petitioners as well.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-074, Waynell Henson. Special use permit for a short-term rental at 2501 South Tremont Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and
Janet?
maps. Yes.
Sorry, the room is loud, and so you might have to suspend until that's taken care of.
So you're talking about the people are making noise in the room?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, folks, we
Yeah,
need
they're
you to
still in
clear
the
out
room.
so we need you to clear out so we can move on with our meeting. We have a long agenda and you guys are holding us up. So if you're going to take your conversations out into the hall, please.
Mr. Chairman, you want me to start over?
Yeah, and if we need the deputy to help clear the room, then clear the room.
We just did, Commissioner.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
All right, let's roll.
SP 2023-074, Waynell Henson, special use permit for a short-term rental at 2501 South Tremont Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Is the applicant in the room? Mr. Henson?
I think he's online.
There we
Mr.
go. Got it.
Chairman.
I just saw his hand go up. Okay, Mr. Henson, please give us your name and address. Tell us about your project.
Well, good evening. And first, I am a Miss Henson, and
Okay.
thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Waynell Henson. My home address is 3437 Lark Meadow Way, Dallas, Texas, 75287. And I come before you to ask the city to approve a special use permit, a short-term rental for my property located at 2501 North Tremont in Kansas City, Kansas. The home has a deep and meaningful history to my family. Dates back to the mid-1950s when my grandparents acquired the land with the intentions of building the family home. My grandfather was a local pastor. His church was exactly 1 mile away from the home. This is the home where he reared his 5 children, including my father. So the home is special to me and to my family. My grandfather remarried at the age of 92, and upon his death, his widow lived in the home for about 18 months before she moved to a senior living facility. And so since the time that she moved, she has since passed away, but I acquired the property in June of 2018 through the probate process. And it was important to me to preserve the legacy of our family by keeping the home. I began the renovations on the home in March of this year with the hope to restore the home. So they will continue to be, again, a symbol of what our family has worked hard for. I do recognize the importance of adhering to zoning regulations and respecting the character of the neighborhood. And I've gone through all the conditions to make sure that I do understand what short-term rentals will require. And I do want to maintain the local community's values and its regulations. So I have taken all the necessary steps to make sure that the property will be, and it has been up to this point, maintained well, even while vacant. And I want to make sure that even with short-term rentals, that even the spirit of the home is respected. It is still important to me. This was the home of a pastor, and so that's very important to me and how I move, and even how I've chosen the people who've done the work in the home. The maximum guest occupancy for this home will be 5 people. There is a driveway that provides 2 parking areas that are off of the street. At the time of my application, we had largely been focused on the interior renovations of the home, but I did want to provide an update that has been provided to the draft report information that came out, that the exterior of the home, specifically the landscaping, we have made necessary repairs outside. I think the new driveway and the new walkway had already been poured at the time of the application, but there was some other just stone that my grandfather had, and no one can tell us why he had this stone, but this stone has been removed, and some dirt has been brought in to allow me to be able to have a little bit of a yard. We've already planted the grass seed, and we will see what the spring brings in terms of having some grass there. But the intention is just to have a grass lawn, to have a healthy lawn. Let's see, I think I heard this question earlier from the commission. I do have Spanish speaking neighbors, but I've been able to communicate with most of them in English. There are tenured neighbors on the direct street. There are mostly, I guess it's 50% tenured neighbors, and those are actually peers of my parents. And I've spoken to most of the neighbors. Most neighbors are just happy that I've decided to keep the home in the family and not sell to the barrage of investors that call on a weekly basis. So I do have a deep sense of responsibility and connection to the property. Again, it's important to me. It's important to my family's history. And so I, again, am asking for the approval of a special use permit so that I'm able to use it as a short-term rental.
All right. Thank you very much. Any
Thank
questions for the applicant?
I have a couple.
Commissioner
This is
Isles?
Commissioner Isles. Are you aware that you need to have a business license as well as the special use permit?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you going to allow pets?
No, I will not allow pets. And that's largely because of my own allergies, but I will not allow pets. And that is already in the, I submitted a copy of the guest booklet, and the no pets and no party policy is stated in there, and it would be the same on any site.
Okay. And you may have said this and I didn't hear it, but who is going to manage the property?
I am my own property manager, and I will be supported in that by my mother and my brother, who are local in the city. There can be someone to the house in about 10 minutes if anything were to happen in the home.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from commission? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please raise your hand or come to the microphone.
I see none in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right. Seeing none online, we'll go to Director Hannigan, his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a short-term rental, non-owner occupied. This is in the northeast area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are NOVs related to the property, that some of which have been addressed by the applicant's comments. Staff does recommend approval for 1 year, the maximum of 6 people on site, 2 cars off street, and various sidewalk driveway repairs again, which were noted, and you can see some of those here in the pictures, as well as to address the one remaining NOV for structural that needs to be rectified.
Okay, any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Armstrong,
I move to approve SP 2023-074 with staff comments and stipulations.
motion made for approval by Commissioner Armstrong. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 1 year, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you, ma'am. This will be heard once again on November 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next special use permit is SB 2023-075. Special use permit for a wig making business at 8127 Troop Avenue, number 106. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, I've got you queued up, ready to speak, and I would like for you to go ahead and give me your name because I'm afraid I will mess it up if I try.
Good evening. My name is Aya Mbra. I live at 8127 Troop Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas 66112. I come to you to approve a special use permit for a wig business. So basically, I will sell wigs online and keep some samples in my apartment, which is 522 square feet. My wig business will be extremely useful for people who deal with hair loss and also for those who like to change hairstyle. So customers will not come to my apartment. I will ship the wigs to them after they place their orders online. So basically, I will just handmade all the wigs at my apartment and then ship them to the customers after they place their orders online. They will not come to my place. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, questions for the applicant? So everything will be done online. No one will come to the apartment to.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And not that I'm asking for myself, but would I have to measure my head to get to be fitted for one of these things? Mr. Ernst and I both, I think, have the same question maybe on our minds. Thank you. Seeing no other pertinent questions, I'll move on to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? Please raise your hand or come to the microphone.
No one in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right, seeing no one online, we'll close the public portion of the meeting, go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This is a special use permit for a home occupation. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan Midtown area. Pretty close, but not quite yet into the Piper Delaware Prairie area plan. We received no letter of support, no opposition. There are some notices of violation related to the apartment complex that Ms. Imbra lives in, but we were not able to isolate any of them. And she said none of them were according to her. So no NOVs. Staff recommends approval for 2 years with conditions, including no signs and no customers on site.
All right, thank you. And there's no issues with it being ran out of a multifamily unit like an apartment building.
No, we do have conditions of approval to address that if it is an issue with the lease, but I think we verified that with Ms. Imbra and her property
Her
owner,
landlord.
real property manager. So yes, so it's very similar to how we say, you know, you can do a special use permit or this, that, and the other, but unless it conflicts with your CCNRs, if you're living in a homes association, we did the same thing for this one.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you very much. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Armstrong,
I move to approve SP 2023-05 with staff comments and stipulations.
all right, motion made for approval by Commissioner Armstrong. Is that a second, Commissioner Straws?
It is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report passes. 8 in favor, none opposed.
All right, thank you, Ms. Imbra. This will be heard once again, November 30th, before the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m. Okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you
Okay.
and good luck.
thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-077, Brian Glasser. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 508 Ohio Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application of their documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Glasser, I've got you queued up ready to speak. Give us your name and address. Tell us what you'd like to do.
Evening all. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Brian Glasser from 730 Minnesota Ave, Kansas City, Kansas. I would like to operate a short-term rental at this location. As you can see, I previously had let the permit expire here. The older permit was a permit that I had previously submitted on behalf of a former owner when I was managing it for him on his behalf. And then I would actually subsequently purchase the home from that owner about a year or so later. It really wasn't until I heard about some of the changes in the ordinance, and I've learned a lot today and tonight as well, such as the 1 block per stipulation, that I began to reach out to city staff early this year and realized that the previous permit had expired and that no notices or anything like that or expiration dates go out regarding these permits. I did stop running the short-term permit or the short-term prior to anybody formally notifying me. And I have had some long-term renters in there since late summer. These folks are here working on the KCMO streetcar. After the winter, because nobody likes to move during the winter, I do plan to move them because they're bringing in another worker into a much larger home. And then I would like to operate 508 Ohio again as a short-term rental. I believe it operates very well because it's such a small home. It's so close to the highway. And actually the parking situation, which was something I had to go through before for the right-of-way, actually works out better, I believe, for the neighborhood because, you know, with such a small home, it's pretty rare that we get more than one car, let alone a car. And so that's where I'm at.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? Raise your hand or come to the mic.
Nobody in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right. Seeing no one online, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. And we have a special use permit for a short-term rental. This is non-owner occupied. As the applicant mentioned, a previous special use permit for a short-term rental at this location had lapsed a couple years ago. I did want to make note that I live within the 200 feet notice area of this location. I did not review, edit, or look at this staff report until it was posted online for me to make my notes to present it to you this evening. This is in the central area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There is a notice of violation on the property for furniture outside, which I think our planner has noted to the applicant, and they should be aware of already anyway. I believe they asked for an extension and we're waiting for that extension for it to be resolved. Staff recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, maximum of 6 people on site, and then a maximum of 1 automobile. Unlike the other ones, this one cannot be off-street because there is no off-street parking for this location. You can see it in the picture here. There is no access off the alleyway. This was marooned when the freeway came through and was built. The previous SUP, what happened was they worked out with the Public Works Department to stripe the end of this intersection right here. It is 2 parking spaces and 1 of them is reserved for the special use permit.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Armstrong.
I move to approve SP 2023-077, subject to staff comment and stipulations.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Armstrong. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Janet.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
No.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again November 30th, 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-081, Erica Schubach. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 1918 Federal Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Schubach, go ahead and give us your name and address, please. Tell us what you'd like to do at this address.
Erica Schubach, address 1918 Federal Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. I would like a special use permit for a short-term rental. I purchased this home in September 2020 and had it as a long-term rental through the end of 2022. The beginning of 2023, I converted it to a short-term rental with the proximity to KU Med. My intent was to rent it to traveling nurses and people that needed to stay for care at the hospital for a longer term. I wanted to do the short-term rental so I could use the home to visit my family. All my family lives in Kansas City. I grew up there. And I have a child now, so I'll be visiting there so he can visit his grandparents and aunts and uncles.
Okay.
So we operated from early 2023 through September with no complaints. And I did not know that this permit was required. So that is why we were operating without the permit. We did not have any complaints from any of the neighbors in that time. And there were some complaints on the property, and that was before we purchased the home. So I've done everything with the application to get the house up to the terms of the permit that would require. And I have sent in the application for the business license, and I'm just awaiting. They won't let me pay the fee until the it has been published in the newspaper.
Okay, and you're aware of all the stipulations and you're in agreement with all of those, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience tonight want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand or come to the microphone if you're in the chambers.
We do have people in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, please.
My
Give us
name
your,
is James Klinkenbeard. I live at 2014 Federal, 4 houses down. I lived there 44 years. I used to have 6 rentals on that street, and I was proud of being a landlord on that street because I took care of my properties. If Erica wants to rent this house, why don't she clean it up? It's the worst looking house on the block. She ain't cleaned the backyard, the alley, nothing. So this is just someone that wants to make money fast. Instead of making $30 average for rent or 40, whatever it is, she wants to make 100 or 200. It's a fast deal. But we have enough traffic going up and down because people can't get up over 36th Street, so they go over Federal. We don't need the traffic and the noise from somebody coming in and partying. She wants to rent it to KU, visiting nurses or patients, families to rent it. There's plenty of that around there, and we don't need it on Federal Street. She would clean it up. It might be more presentable, but she hasn't done nothing to clean it up. Thank you.
all right, thank you, sir.
My name is Tim O'Connell. I live at 2015 Federal Street, directly across the street from Mr. Klinkenbeard. I know this meeting is not about the ordinance that was passed, but I'm just here to show my opinion that short-term rentals are not good for our community. Short-term renters have very short-term goals, and short-term rental owners have long-term goals, and that's to make as much money as they can. And the only people that are being left out of that equation is the neighborhood. So I just feel like it is it's a residential neighborhood, and a short-term rental is a commercial endeavor, which is why it requires a special permit. And in this case, we have an owner that lives 1,700 miles away in Oregon, is going to be dictating who lives next door to me. And I don't want a new neighbor every 4 or 5 days. And I don't think anybody in this room likes having new neighbors every 4 or 5 days. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Chairman, I did have a question. You were a little too quick on the draw for
Question
the
for,
applicant. For the applicant.
okay. Well, let's hear public comment, and then when we bring him back up, we'll ask him the
Okay.
question. Anyone else in the chambers to speak, Gunner?
Nobody else in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right, I see no one online, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. And if we could have I've got Ms. Schubach online, so go ahead, Commissioner Isles, with your question.
Who's going to manage the property for you, and how long will it take them to get there?
We have a professional property manager, and he will be able to be on site within 60 minutes for anything that's needed. If for any reason there's an emergency, I also have a lot of family in town that could be there within 30 minutes.
Okay.
All right, and just one other follow-up question with regard to the condition of your property. Can you address the current condition of your property?
Yeah, I was very sorry and surprised to hear that, because since we purchased the home, we painted the exterior. We did a lot of work on the inside. We put up a nice porch swing. We have regular lawn maintenance and landscaping. It's a really cute bungalow. So I'm not sure if he's confused, but I think the house is one of the nicer looking ones on the block that we take pride in making sure that it looks nice and we're adding value to the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Any, well, I'm sorry, we already heard from the neighborhood. We've already gotten public comment. We'll close that. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a short-term rental, non-owner occupied. This is in the Rosedale area plan. We received no letters of support before this evening, no letters in opposition. There was a notice of violation for operating a short-term rental without a special use permit, which is being addressed by the hearing this evening. And staff recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, a maximum of 6 people on site and 2 cars off street.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Straws.
I'm gonna do, I believe this is 81 SP 2023. I recommend approval of SP as 2023 that's 081 according to staff stipulations for 1 year.
1 year. All right, thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Strauss to recommend approval for 1 year. Is there a second? Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Mueller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
No.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application for 1 year, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor, 1 opposed.
All right, this will be heard once again on November 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next application is special use permit SB 2023-082, Heidi Tompkins. Special use permit to operate a dog kennel and grooming operation at 9240 Georgia Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Tompkins, I've got you ready to speak. Whoop, sorry, I just took it away. Need you to unmute again. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead and state your name and address, please. Tell us what you're wanting to do.
My name is Heidi Tompkins. My address is 9240 Georgia Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas 66109. I'm asking for approval to run a small dog kennel and grooming business out of our detached garage on our property. We sit on roughly 8 acres. It kind of depends on which thing you look at. It's either just below it or just above it. The kennel would have a maximum of 5 kennels, and they would be more of a style of like a cubby or a room as opposed to a cage. We're looking to have it more feel like a home environment to reduce the stress for the dogs. And then also running a salon style grooming business. With a salon style, it's not a bulk of dogs coming at one point in time. It's just coming just like you would at a hairdresser. A dog comes at 1, they may come a next one maybe at 4. So it's spaced out. And so with that setup, we anticipate that it shouldn't affect the traffic too much, but we're just asking to be able to do pet grooming and kennel on our property.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? Raise your hand or come to the microphone if you're in the chambers.
I see nobody in the chamber.
And no one online, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting, go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is a special use permit for a home occupation. Again, the pet grooming business, as the applicant noted, this is in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. No support, no opposition, no notices of violation. Staff recommends approval for 2 years with conditions, including driveway improvements, as there will be traffic on site.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? And if not, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Armstrong, go ahead.
I move to approve SP 2023-082, subject to staff comment and stipulations.
Motion made by Commissioner Armstrong and a second by Commissioner Ernst, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 2 years, subject to the conditions, passes. 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on November 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-083, John McClellan. Special use permit to operate a drinking establishment at 412 North Fifth Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
I went, this is Rose Iltz.
Yes.
I went to the neighborhood meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McClelland, are you in the audience?
I am. They're in the
Okay,
chamber.
there we go. Thank you. Excuse me. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please. Tell us what you'd like to do here.
Thank you. My name is Pete Peterson. My address is 748 Ann Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm a local attorney. I represent John McClellan, who's with me here this evening. Also with me is Bob Brittenstein, the present owner of a pub deli called Brits, or more fully Brits Stein. And with us also is John Griffiths, who's a business partner of Mr. McClellan. And last but not least, Stephanie Stewart, who is the present manager of Brits and is anticipated to be the future manager of Brits. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for all their work that they put in on this. 21 years ago, I stood here with Bob and his wife, Linda, and asked for a special use permit on behalf of them for a pub deli at 5th and Elizabeth, Kansas City, Kansas. Brits has over the years evolved into a reliable, safe, and fun locale in Kansas City, Kansas for retirement and birthday parties, relaxing, and for many of us in Wyandotte County, it is almost like a home. Bob and Linda now wish to sell the building and the business, even though he still has 6 years to go on his existing special use permit. The new owners would be John and his wife, Katrina, along with John Griffiths, both of whom, these gentlemen, are executives with a local company down on Kansas Avenue, Liberty Fruit. You've probably seen the trucks all over town. Steph will stay on as manager, and I imagine Bob may drop in to work some crossword puzzles once in a while. In the 21 years of its existence, as far as I know, Brits has never had a disturbance call from the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, or really any type of serious complaint whatsoever. The new owners plan on the same top-notch management and safety for its patrons. The staff has recommended approval for this application. And as Ms. Eilert said, she was at the neighborhood meeting. 62 letters went out for that neighborhood meeting,
and she was the only one that appeared. And certainly there's been no one in opposition. When I send out a notice for these neighborhood meetings, I always put in, if there's any problems, complaints, or your support, please give me a call or email me. And we've had absolutely no complaints or opposition whatsoever. So on behalf of everyone here tonight and myself, I'd certainly like to ask you for your support for this application.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any questions for the applicant's representative? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come to the microphone or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing none, we will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we have a special use permit for a drinking establishment. As described by the applicant, we are only here because it's a change in ownership for Brett Stein. This is in the central area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. To the applicant's point, there are no notices of violation or police reports ever for this property. Staff recommends approval. Now, technically, because this is a new special use permit, I'm supposed to recommend approval for 2 to get into the regular cycle of 2, 5, and 10. I will note that in previous instances where we've had a change of ownership, this commission has just carried over whatever the previous approval was. If you remember, that was the indefinite approval for the Frontier Justice, right? So I defer to the Planning Commission if they want to continue with another 10-year start over at 2 or give 5 or any other interval as they see fit. Some of our conditions do require some additional landscaping. We do note that there's no live entertainment at the property, and there's parking in the rear for the units upstairs that need some restriping.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? How many years were left on the existing permit?
6, yeah. It's
6,
4
all right,
years.
thank you. Thank you. All right, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Strauss.
I'm going to recommend approval of special use permit 2023-083, and I'm going to put a stipulation of 5 years because of new ownership and see how that goes, not the 10. Since we do have a change in ownership and management and everything else according to staff stipulations.
All right, thank you. Motion for approval for 5 years made by Commissioner Strauss. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the special use permit for 5 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, you know the drill. November 30th, 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience tonight.
Thank you very much.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-084, John Overton. Special use permit to operate a drinking establishment at 1200 Osage Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Overton, are you in the chambers or online? Raise your hand or come to the microphone. Mr. Overton?
I see nobody in the chamber. I can do it real quick if you like.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is a special use permit for a drinking establishment. There's a history of that use at this site. The last one expired in 2019. That was bar none. This is in the Armourdale area. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation that have all been rectified. Staff recommends approval for 2 years with conditions, including resealed, restriped parking lot, some additional screening and landscaping to buffer the adjacent single-family neighborhoods or properties, and to remove the existing container on the site.
Okay, anybody in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please raise your hand or come to the mic. Gunnar, is there anyone left in the chambers but you?
There are, but no one is coming up to speak to this case.
All right, thank you. Anyone online? Seeing no one, we will close the public portion of the meeting. And we've gotten your comments. Are there any questions for Director Hand? Okay, seeing none.
Wait.
Go ahead, Commissioner Isles.
Sorry, it's Commissioner Isles. Just a quick question for Gunnar. It looks like this is going to be allowed to stay open till 1 a.m. I might be reading that wrong.
I'm looking.
It looks like it's on page 9, number 5.
Number 5.
Yep, 1 a.m.
And we
That's-
don't need to, oh, go ahead.
That's the request or that's your recommendation?
That was the hours of operation provided to us by the applicant.
All right.
This is zone C3. So, and then again, it's normal for that zone.
Yes,
It's
okay.
proximate to, I mean, it's Armourdale, right? So it's small lots, pretty tight, close-knit neighborhood, right? So, I mean, if
Yeah, I mean, there's a
commission has
single
an issue with
family.
that, we defer to you all. But we have the typical standard conditions for a drinking establishment.
Okay, thank you.
All right. If not any other questions, I will stand for a motion. Commissioner Armstrong.
I move to approve SP 2023-084, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Armstrong. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 2 years, subject to the conditions and the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, November 30th, 7 p.m. before the commissioners.
Our next special use permit is SP 2023-085, John Wondergem. Home occupation special use permit to repair musical instruments at 1108 Shawnee Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No. Commissioner Miller, you have a comment?
I have a I need to disclose a contact.
Okay.
Mr. Wondergem is the son-in-law. It's him and his daughter, my law partner's daughter and son-in-law are the applicants, and I actually notarized their application.
All right.
And spoke briefly with them about it when they were applying.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Wondergem, you're at the microphone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, go ahead, please. Your name, address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do.
My name is John Wondergem. I live at 1108 Shawnee Road, Kansas City, Kansas, 66103. I've applied to obtain my special use permit to operate my musical instrument repair and restoring business out of my workshop, which is located at my home. I've been a luthier for 19 years, and it's a craft I learned by apprenticing with a luthier, a master luthier, for 10 years. And I ran my workshop in California for 9 years after that. I moved to Kansas 3 months ago from California after marrying my wife, and grew up here and already owned a home in Kansas City when we met. And we're so looking forward to building a business and a life here together. And the establishment of my business will be an important first step. I'm hoping I can use my skill set, my love of music, to enrich the surrounding community, inspire budding and established musicians alike to hone their craft. And music is such an important outlet for so many, and it provides balance and drive, but it can also be healing and restorative. It builds community. The service I provide in helping people maintain and restore their instruments is a service that many can benefit from, and it improves our hearts and our minds. And I thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you. One question, what is a luthier?
A luthier is a builder and repairer of stringed instruments.
Oh, thank you. And don't be laughing at me, Armstrong, because I know you didn't know the answer either. Everybody wanted to ask, and I was the only one that was brave enough to do it. So
I looked it up.
see, yeah, everybody's
I did
Googling
learn
at one
something
time.
today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The name Wonder Gem sounds like it ought to be like a musical person that fixes something.
I'm a guitarist and singer-songwriter as well.
There you go. I could tell. Okay, thank you very much. Any other pertinent questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in?
So hang on.
All right.
Mr. Wondergem, my name is Rose Iltz, and my husband is a popular musician in Kansas City. So you guys should get together.
That's great. I can give you a business card if you like.
There we go. Okay, anything else? We're going to go to the public. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come to the microphone if you're in the chambers.
Nobody in the chamber, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, thank you. I'm seeing no one online, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is a special use permit for home occupation, again, for a luthier. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan in the Shawnee Heights area. We received no letters to support, no letters in opposition. There's some old notices of violation on the property that have been rectified and are not germane to this case. Staff recommends approval for 2 year with conditions, including no signage.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
This is Commissioner Iltz. I'll make a motion to approve SB 2023-085, subject to all the comments and suggestions outlined in the staff report.
Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Isles. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Wondergem. This will be heard once again, November 30th, 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Good luck.
Our next application.
Sorry, Commissioner Armstrong, your hand is up. Do you have a question?
Yes, Chairman Carson, thank you. I was wondering if, after this case or the next few, if we could get another mercy break.
Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and call the next one and we'll do it right after that.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-086. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to let you pronounce that name when you It's your turn. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4211 South Thompson Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Max, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address and see how easy that was, Janet. I mean, I make it look easy. I know it's a talent of mine.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead and give us your name and address.
Awesome. So my name is Maxim Konachevich, but you can call me Max. It's going to be simple. My application is probably not as fun as Luthier before me, but I'm applying for a short-term rental application. My address is 4216 South Minnie Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66103. I've lived at this address with my wife for 15 years. That's happening actually this month. We're celebrating 15-year anniversary. We ended up having 4 kids and realized that our house is getting a little small for us, especially when the family comes to visit. So when the opportunity came to purchase this home, which is basically in our backyard, that we're applying for this short-term rental application for, it was really kind of a great opportunity for us to be able to host our extended family when they come visit. We're not foreseeing our family to come visit us in the near future yet. So we would like to kind of cover our supplement our expenses on this house by a short-term rental. We're planning to provide this home for those who are visiting our city, our Rosedale neighborhood. We plan to kind of keep a very close eye on this property because, like I said earlier, it's located right in our backyard. So we have a full oversight of that property. We want to make sure that everybody who visits our home treats this home good because it is our house. So we want to ensure that the rules are followed. We properly plan to screen the guests. We're not planning to have any pets. But yeah, basically, we've made sure to pass the inspection. We've done all of the repairs that were necessary, had a good neighborhood meeting, had a good conversation with our neighbors. It seems like everybody's in favor, but we want to kind of stand before you and see if we can get this application.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Alts. I have a couple of quick questions.
Uh-huh.
So where, you said it's in your backyard, where do you live?
He's
on a
at 40
Minnie Street.
He's
Yeah.
on Minnie at 4216.
Yep.
Okay, that's, didn't look like what it said on the, okay, and so are you going to manage the property yourself?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Come to the mic or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is a special use permit for a short-term rental, non-owner occupied. This is in the Rosedale area plan. No support, no opposition, no notices of violation. Staff recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, including a maximum of 6 people on site at one time, 3 cars off street. And there's a couple of trip hazards that we asked them to fix, and I think they already have.
Is that a question or are you done?
I'm sorry, that was it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand?
No
Seeing
question.
none, I'll say, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was directed to me, but I have no questions.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Now I'm thrown off. Excuse me. Go ahead, Commissioner Strauss. I know you're ready to go.
And yes, I recommend approval of SP 2023-086 according to staff stipulations.
Thank you.
For
Motion
1
made
year, for 1 year, sorry.
Correct. Motion made for 1 year by Commissioner Strauss for approval. Is that a second, Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 1 year, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Max, this will be heard once again, November 30th, 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Good luck. And with that, we will take a short 5-minute break and get right back and hopefully finish up soon.
Okay, is everybody back now?
We're ready in the chamber. I think we're waiting for our chair.
No, we're not. Jake? Are you on here?
No.
Mr. Miller? I stop back in. Miss Armstrong, are you back, Mr. Miller?
Well, I'm here. I don't know about everybody else. I see Brandy. Yeah.
Mr. Miller, are you back on here yet?
Ms. Parker, did we lose Mr. Carson?
Yes, we've lost Mr. Carson. I need Mr. Miller to take over as the chairman. All right, let's see what I've got. Do I still have 3 in the commission chamber?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Got
There it is. Mr. Miller has returned, Ms. Parker.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
You will now be taking over as the chairman. We've lost Mr. Carson. So, can you call us back to order?
Okay. You
Okay.
made it this long.
All right,
I'll call everyone back to order.
our next special use permit is SP 2023-087. Patricia Zan Putin. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 2110 North 104th Terrace. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Okay.
Miss Zan Quinton, I'm
Yes.
gonna allow you.
Yes, my name is Patricia Zen Quetin. I live at 12743 South Gallery Street in Olathe, Kansas, 66062. Me and my husband, we purchased another property on the purpose of a fixture-upper. The property is located at 2110 North 104th Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. We did renovated this house for an entire year. We purchased this home in September of 2022. And we spent almost the entire year doing renovations. We renovated this house inside and exteriors. We worked a lot on the landscaping. We redid all the landscaping in this property. Everything was redone, like floorings and painting and stuff. And we are like to apply for an approval of a short-term rental to start doing short-term rental on this property.
Thank you, Ms. San Quentin. Does anyone on the board have any questions for the applicant? I'm not seeing any online. Is there anyone in the chambers wanting to speaking in support of this application?
See none, Mr. Chair.
Is there any? I see a Carol Black. Ms. Black, I'm going to allow you to speak. Ms. Black, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, my name is Carol Black, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of my mother, Christine McLeod, who we reside at 2023 North 104th Terrace, which is right across the street. My mother is 88 years old, and she was not able to attend the meeting that was last month, well, October, for the neighborhood. And so I'm kind of just voicing my concern on her behalf. And I was just the North 104th Terrace has been it's a dead end. So therefore, the only people that pretty much come in and out have lived there for years. And so my concern is having there's several seniors that are still living in that neighborhood. So I'm kind of concerned as far as who would be the number of people that would be able to stay there, the coming in and out, the noise, if it'd be excessive traffic. And like I said, I know we did not attend the meeting, but I just wanted to just kind of state some concerns regarding that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Black, and we'll try to get you some answers.
Okay.
Director Hand, is there anyone in the audience? I didn't ask for opposition at first. Is there anyone in the chambers that was showing up for opposition?
Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
I'm not showing anyone else online, so I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and ask the applicant to please come back up. I guess you're on Zoom.
Yes.
Could you please talk about some of the concerns that Ms. Black mentioned, particularly the number of people that you're going to allow to stay there, noise, traffic, the concern about the area properties?
Yes, of course. So on the application, I think I put up 10 people, but we had a lot of lack of information about how would the short-term lease would work. So we are gonna do everything that we can to be in compliance with the staff regulations and conditions. So we will be having a total of 7 people and max 3 cars, even though we have a very, very large driveway that can have, it will accommodate over 5 cars with no problem off the street, but we will have that total number down to 3. There hasn't been any complaints about noise or anything around the property. When we had our meeting, our neighborhood meeting, on October the 27th, I had a lot of senior folks over on that meeting. I had over I had 7 people over that day, and most of these people were very close. I have a couple that's right across the street from our house. They were very happy, very excited about this. And like she said, it is a dead end. I don't think we're gonna cause any traffic or significant changes to what we already have in there. Our purpose is to host families that comes from out of town to visit other families, and or family that will come for events in town. I know the area, we have the football thing there, and then the NASCAR. So we have on our house rules already specifically saying that no noise is allowed outside of the house after 10 p.m. We are not allowed big gatherings or parties or events. So I think this won't be an issue.
And to follow up, are you managing the property, or is someone else going to manage the property?
I will be managing the property myself. And I live only 25 minutes away. I am happy to give anybody, all the neighbors that came over to the meeting, I provided them my email, my phone number. I'll be happy to provide her mom my information just in case she has any more questions or want to follow up with anything after this.
Okay. Is there any board members who have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a short-term rental, not owner occupied. There is one other application for a short-term rental on this block. As this one came in first, we're holding that other one to see how this one results before asking them to potentially withdraw or move forward. There is, this is in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. We've received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation. When staff first talked to the applicant about the SUP process for short-term rentals, we notified them that that would require a special use permit. We believe that they started operation in July of this year and have been doing so without a short-term rental special use permit. When we conducted a site visit of the property, staff noticed about 7 to 9 cars and what looked like a party happening. This was during the day. We don't visit these things obviously out of office hours. And so for those reasons, staff is recommending denial. We do have conditions of approval if need be.
Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Iles. I can make a motion to deny petition SP 2023-087 based on the comments of staff. Short-term operating a short-term rental out of conformity, and they had more guests and cars than should be allowed, than are allowed. And also out of conformity with factor 12, which is overcrowding.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Commissioner Strauss?
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Janet, roll call, please.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of this special use permit for the reasons listed in the staff report passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Ms. Zen Quinton, your application will be heard again on November 30th at 7 p.m.
That takes us to our next application, special use permit SP 2023-088. Special use permit to produce gummies, topicals, and a powdered drink at 11411 Hollingsworth Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Nijos, I have promoted you to speak. Please
Okay.
present your case.
Thank you. My name is Vanessa Nias. My address is 11411 Hollingsworth Road. I'm looking for a special use permit for a home-based business. I've been in business for 3 years with my location on the Missouri side. I operate a manufacturing facility where I make gummies, topicals, and a powdered coffee alternative drink. I do not have employees outside my family, and all products are shipped or delivered. My kitchen equipment is set up in a portion of my basement and will be inspected by the FDA the same as it was on the Missouri side. With rent prices continuing to rise, moving my facility to my home will help me to stay in business. And so I'm asking for a special use permit to operate out of my home.
Thank you, Ms. Nijos. Does anyone on the commission have any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Ward, I do.
Okay, Commissioner Ward.
I need to inquire about the types of gummies and topicals and powdered drinks we're talking about.
So it's a CBD gummy, and my topicals are a pain roll-on, cuticle oils, and my powdered drink is with lion's mane, mushroom, shiitake, Java G, Amity. So it's like an energy focus powdered beverage.
So no THC in our products.
No, nope.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'm showing no one on Zoom who's wanting to speak in favor or in opposition to this request. If you are, please raise your hand. Director Hand, is there anyone in the chambers?
Nobody in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and move to staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a home occupation. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper Area Plan. We've received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. There are no notices of violation on the property. Staff recommends approval for 2 years with conditions, including no signage and no customers on site.
Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Armstrong.
I move to approve SP 2023-08, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Is that a second, Commissioner Strauss?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Janet.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Ms. Nihas. Your application will be heard again on November 30th at 7 PM in the commission chambers.
Our
We
next
wish you the best of luck.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-089, Amanda Tarwater, home occupation special use permit for a dog grooming operation at 10120 Hollingsworth Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Thank you.
I have a Jeremy Tarwater I promoted. I'm assuming that is the applicant. If so, please state your case.
Yeah, good morning. Speaking on behalf of my wife, Amanda, she's asking for approval for dog grooming business at our residence. My wife has been in business and has a business license with the city of Kansas City, Kansas since 2016. We had just moved, bought this house, and changed our business address to this house, and now we're asking for a special use permit for her to continue her dog grooming business at this location. She runs her business like a hair salon. Basically, it's one dog at a time or one family at a time, one appointment. Most of the time it's only one dog at a time, but some families have 2 dogs, and it's just those 2 dogs there at the time for their appointment. When their appointment's over, the dogs get picked up. Next appointment comes. She starts her appointments at about 8:30 in the morning, and no appointments after 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. She has a set clientele. She's not open to the public without an appointment. And she only operates a few days a week when I'm home from the fire station. So it's pretty quiet, pretty easy going business, just asking for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Tarwater. Are there any questions of the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the chambers who'd like to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request?
I see no one in the chamber.
I'm showing no one online. Director Hand, would you like to provide staff comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a home occupation pet grooming business. This is in the Prairie, Delaware Piper area plan as well. No support, no opposition, no notices of violation. Staff recommends approval for 2 years with conditions.
Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Armstrong.
I move to approve SP 2023-089, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Is that a second, Commissioner Strauss?
It is.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Janet, roll call.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the special use permit for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Tarwater. Your guys' application will be heard again on November 30th at 7 PM in the commission chambers.
Thank you.
Janet, please call the next case.
And Mr. Chairman, we will not hear special use permit 91 since the appeal was denied. Correct, Mr. Hand?
That's correct.
So our next application is special use permit SP 2023-092. Brett Jacobson, special use permit for semi-truck sales at 1701 South 45th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Jacobson, I see you're at the podium. Please tell us about your case.
Yes, first of all, good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. So very exciting. So my name is Brett Jacobson. I live at 6404 Beverly Drive in Mission, Kansas. I am looking to get a special use permit to operate a truck dealership at 1701 South 45th Street. I believe the rest of the information is in the case. I don't know how much detail you'd like me to go into regarding the request.
As much as you'd like or as little as you'd like.
It's currently an office building that's an M2 industrial zone. The request fits within the zoning laws, with there being heavy machinery sales on the property already in the zoning. So just asking for the special use permit to apply for the dealer's license to have that with the state. There's a couple items that were to be addressed with the property. We would be striping the property and fixing cracks in the pavement of the parking lot, most likely fully resealing the parking lot to bring it up to the standards. There's a trash enclosure on the property that's missing a gate on the front of it. That was included in the plans. We'll be immediately putting that gate on, building it back to the original plans that were provided. A few things to the property. We will be touching up the brick facade that has some cracks in it, just kind of going around the entire building, just to give it a little update. It needs a little love. And lastly would be some landscaping. So cleaning up some landscaping, tending to some trees on the property. But I think that pretty much covers the main topics there.
Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
I have a quick one. This is Commissioner Iles. I don't see any neighborhood meeting notes. Did anybody come?
They were provided. One neighbor did. The neighbor came and he really was just come by to say hi. Didn't have many questions. So, but yeah, no other letters or contact was made with other neighbors.
Thank
Well,
you.
the letters were sent to the neighbors. No, nothing was received back.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in favor or in opposition that would like to speak in favor of or in opposition to this application in the chambers?
Nobody in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
I'm seeing none online. So we're going to close the public portion of the meeting and get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand. This is for Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is special use permit for a used truck dealership. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan, kind of in the Turner area. We received no letters of support, excuse me, no letters in opposition. There are some notices of violation on the property, which would be addressed by the redevelopment of the project as described by the applicant. Staff recommends approval for 2 years with conditions, including following the commercial design guidelines and some enhanced landscaping also described by the applicant.
Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Strauss.
I move that we approve SP 2023-092 for 2 years, according to all staff comments and stipulations.
Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Mr. Jacobson, this application will be heard again on November 30th in the commission chambers at 7 p.m.
Great. Thank you all very much.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-093, Allison Schwartz. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 625 Northrop Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated November 13, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Schwartz, I see you're in the chambers. Please listen a little bit about the application.
Thank you. My name is Allison Schwartz. Address is 625 Northrop Avenue, and we're applying for a special use permit to operate an Airbnb in the second floor of our house that Fritz and I reside in.
I think she's done, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, my speakers went out for a minute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you may not have heard her. She completed her presentation.
Okay. Are there any questions of the applicant?
This is Commissioner Isles. Do you own this home?
I do not own the home. Jessica Zieg owns the property, and Fritz and I are tenants on the first floor, and we would like to operate this on the second floor, which has a separate entrance.
So, I'm sorry, did you say that this other lady's the owner, and do you have her permission?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely have her permission.
Okay, and are you going to allow pets?